just start a 3-minute ad break to kick us off, so that's easier. Because if I run a 3-minute ad just to kick us off to be easier, then that makes my life a lot easier. I need to fix this King of the Castle shit. This King of the Castle shit's not working for me. I don't think it's gonna be good. Alright. I'm gonna bet that no one's gonna show up for this one. And that's okay. But it's worth trying. Okay, we're gonna mark myself a little bit. It's worth trying. Okay, we're gonna mark myself a little bit. That's right, an echo like 3 times. That's right, an echo like 3 times. Alright, that seems fine enough, but again, I don't get the impression that anyone's gonna show up. Why is my chat in OBS not working? This should not be difficult. What the fuck? Hey, chat? You wanna work for me? You wanna work for me, chat? Come on. I'd really appreciate it if you tried just a little bit harder. Oh, that's fine. Oh shit. I should have actually started my other things. Actually, I was safe, Mina. Do you know why I was safe, Mina? I was safe because I forgot to start up all of my other programs. I didn't start up Tits. I didn't start up Mix It Up. So thankfully you didn't do your daily login yet. I guess I'm supposed to be whispering, aren't I? Mina, do you like ASMR? I don't know what I'm doing, so if you do like ASMR, this is either great or not. Actually, you're not a subscriber, so you're probably in an ad. So that's like extra silly. What the fuck, Mina? You clown. You silly clown. Alright, should I start Tits? Yeah, I might as well. That's not so bad. That's fine. I love Yandere ASMR. Interesting. I didn't really have any role-playing planned. But I don't think I need to do roleplay because if you're in my stream, you're not allowed to leave. And that's always been true. Oh, Tiz has to re-authenticate. How exciting. Oh. What do you think so far, Mina? Am I doing okay? Let's go. Ooh. Here, let me do that a little better. Actually, wait. Is that lined up? More or less. That'll do it. There we go. Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Mina. I appreciate it. And hey, guess what? Right now, I don't think there's any other viewers. I think it's just you and me. Tell me, Mina, is there any kind of trigger word I can do for you? I want to know, what do you like to hear? Oh, here's water drinking. Hydrate ASMR. Oh, that's kind of nice, actually. Ah, shit. Fuck. God. Oh, I had an idea for an ASMR bit, but it's a little half-baked, so I might save it. But I am gonna fuck around with the bases. Hold on. Okay, let's find out if this works. Ooh, that's kind of nice. Oh, that works out really well, actually. Well, it's good to know the scissors work. Oh, well, that's actually a fair point. I don't know, I feel like the whispers do the sibilance of an S, does more of the scratchies, but You're right. I have heard people just doing a low voice. And I think that a lot of people want to just hear me do with just a voice with a little bit more vocal fry and then just a bit more of a rumble. Slightly tap the microphone. We can do some microphone tabbies. Microphone scritches. Bitches get scritches, motherfucker. But yeah, Mina, I wanna run by. Oh wait, I think there's an ad starting soon, so I'll wait. I'll see you on the other. How's there ads starting soon? I ran a 3-minute ad block. That doesn't make any sense. What the fuck? I feel personally betrayed by Twitch. I ran 3-minute ads, so y'all wouldn't get ads. This is ridiculous. Well, that's just how it goes, unfortunately. I do hope that with the amplified sound from the microphone. Oh god, I wonder if you can hear all of the comings and goings of my roommates. That would be awkward. On the bright side, this is like definitely a stream I could do in the middle of the day because it's very not noisy. It's like the ultimate, like, you know, I can just do this because, okay, now the ads manager just says ad starting soon, but it doesn't seem to be running the ads, so it's just like, what the fuck? Well, whatever. I'm not gonna worry about it. Twitch seems to be suffering some trouble right now. Oh, now it says the ads are going. Bizarre. I don't understand. Let's see. Oh, that's actually an excellent reminder, Mina. I need to turn off some of my redeems. Not all of them. Not the ones you're doing. But the sound alerts. Because I don't think the sound alerts are going to play for you. So let me just adjust that. But first things first. Mina, you're such a bad boy. Oh, I didn't think about what that smooch is going to sound like with this setup right now. How nice. Maybe I should just change the stream title to Free Smoochies for whoever decides to raid me. Maybe that'll be more enticing. But yeah, Mina, I was thinking of doing this kind of ASMR roleplay scenario, because, like, I know when people do will be like roleplay out going to a salon or something, or like getting a haircut. And I was thinking, well, what if it's someone, you know, doing the, like, they're doing their you know, ASMR haircut, and they're sort of talking like, oh yes, and then we're gonna do this, and then we're gonna massage, and then we're gonna cut your bangs, and we're gonna trim, and then you just hear like a oh fuck, shit, oh no, and suddenly it's like, oh no, and then you hear like the buzz of like clippers, like, hey, did you know that fades are really in style right now? I really think you should do a fade, like, not break the vibe of the ASMR, but make it so it's like clearly ASMR of like a haircut that's gone horribly wrong. Like, it's fucked up. Oh fuck, shit. Wow. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello, hello, hello. Oh my god, I wasn't expecting company so soon. Hello, Ketchup the Bear. How are you doing? We got a ketchup raid. Well, goddamn. Welcome in, everyone. That should be right. Yes, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. My name is Lauren Haley, the Norn VTuber, and welcome. This is my very first ASMR stream. I'm very new to it. How was your stream? What did you do? Did you win? Did you make friends along the way? Because that's what's really important, right? How are you? And what kind of ASMR scratchies would you like that I could maybe do? I don't actually know for sure. Anyway, I'm gonna just very quickly... Stream went well, did some ASMR. Oh, you do ASMR every Sunday night. Oh wow, so you're a veteran, an expert. I feel embarrassed. I hope that this isn't too I hope this is at least not offensive for the ASMR veterans. Oh, you have Sarah emotes. Oh my. Kisses? Oh yeah, I was talking about giving the kisses to people who rate it, but I said that, but now I'm like, what if people don't want kisses? I don't know. I just worries about these things, but thank you. Sarah is a bottom. This is known. Oh, a little kiss? Thank you for the follow, Ketchup. Our fates are now intertwined. Maybe that was a little loud. I need to work on that. Don't tell Sarah I did that. Mina, you don't need to tell Sarah that I don't need to tell Sarah that you did that. I'll call Sarah a bottom. Because I know that Sarah is a bottom. This isn't like... What am I gonna snitch to you? Sarah, Mina said something objectively correct in my chat. I'm telling, like, no. There's no need for that here. Your secret is safe with me. Ah, was that Turd's ketchup? That also makes sense. Yeah, I'm still... Let's see, I'm going to very quickly... quickly open up 2 instances of my creator dashboard because I want to make sure that I'm going to turn certain of my channel point redeems off because I was going to turn some of my channel point redeems off so I could make sure that I can not accidentally let people redeem things that I just have to refund because, you know, that's no fun. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to go down the list real quick. Oh, thank you, Ketchup. I'm glad you like it. I've heard a few people suggest that I try ASMR, and I've heard a few people even be surprised that I haven't done ASMR before. And I just thought, you know what? Rather than try and make like a perfect first ASMR stream or anything like that, what if I just do it? What if I just try it out? The best way to get better is by doing, isn't it? So let's see. We're going to turn off our sound alerts because I don't think with the way that things are set up right now that you would be able to hear them. Tits can throw stuff at my face is fine. Oh, I fly by the seat of my pants every time I go live. Well, that's comforting. Thank you. It's interesting though, because like it seems like there's so many different approaches to ASMR. Oh, have a lovely sleep, Mina. Thank you for keeping me company. I always appreciate you. Let me just readjust. I will say, usually I think there's a certain amount of background noise that I generate just by being at my desk. It's something I'm very conscious of because I'm just like, oh wait, they can hear everything. Like that, the little click of me turning my monitors off, my sound monitors, not video monitors. Also, this is technically Redeem, but I was playing around with it earlier, and I'm curious what you think, Ketchup, since you do ASMR yourself. I'm curious. Thank you for the follow. Fates are now intertwined, sucking Tom Cruise's toes. Oh my. Oh, that's excellent. Welcome in. Thank you for the follow. But yes, Ketchup, I'm curious what you think of this. I have with me something that is normally one of my redeems. It's called a jaw harp, and it goes a little something like this. Oh my god, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Tom, for gifting a sub. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. And Ketchup, enjoy some of your new emotes. Some of my favorites are the Lauren Speen and the Lauren Awkward. Oh, and you like so you like the jaw harp? Excellent. Oh, that was a little loud. Like, it's fun because it's just a little strip of metal with some strategically placed cuts in it, but it sounds like a low pass filter in like real life, like a filter sweep. It's super neat. Never heard of jaw harps ASMR. You know, I don't think I have either. And I just thought, why not? Well, we can do some tappies with it too, I guess. We can. Just very, very gentle. Just a little bit. I don't want to scrape anything with equivalent Mohs hardness scales against each other. See, now I'm just looking at my desk. I'm looking around my desk like, what do I have that makes fun noise, you know? Like, we have... Why, what is this? Ooh, that click was kind of nice. Ooh. I like that, actually, personally. Nice click. Can anyone guess what's making the clicks? Because that's kind of a fun game, isn't it? You can just be like, what am I holding? ASMR. Plastic keys. Yep. It's a plastic object. So here's some more tappies. Oh, that's actually kind of good if I wanted to Foley in some like horse gallops, actually. That's kind of... That kind of works. I'm on a horse. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's kind of unfair. There are a lot of plastic. But yeah, this is it's my little pill box, little pill case. I have one of those old people things where you have to take pills every day, so it's all organized. It's got a little slidey top on it. Ooh, okay, I have an idea for something to play with, but I wonder if it's going to be too loud. Hopefully not, but it should be interesting regardless. Let's see. I have to be careful to not actually play this thing or else it'll be way too loud. Let's see. Oh, of course. This will be my first ASMR one. How's that? I'm glad you liked it. That's actually kind of fun. There's a certain point where I'm just playing this normally, but it's fun though. Oh, I forgot that I tuned this so tight. I wonder if I can still do some of the... This is a very large frame drum called a bodhran. It's an Irish instrument. And this particular one is not using a synthetic drum head. This is, I believe, actual animal bit stretched over it. I don't know, it's kind of fun, but I'm not going to get too I'm going to try and not get too distracted by it, even though it's a lot of fun. All right, we're going to move you back over here, buddy. Ugh. We have others. The rubbing sounds reminds me of a wheelbarrow. Interesting. That is interesting. I could see that. I'm sorry for that. I whistled that S a little bit. I guess it's normal. Hmm. Let's see. Just very quickly. I'm sure you can hear my keyboard. I hope the keyboard has good tappies. I like the tappies on my keyboard. It's okay, I do that all the time. I'm 22, my voice still cracks all the time. I think that'll happen to anyone. Because sometimes voice cracks are just a factor of, it's just a factor of being able to keep your voice hydrated. Also, like, it's not like the voice ever stops being able to voice crack, so in the range of vocal expression, you're bound to do it eventually. Now I'm thinking about it. I'm looking at all the things in my room, but what other mouth sounds we got that people like? I should specify that they have to be ones that people like, because I could do plenty of them that they don't like, but anyway, let's poke around a little bit, because we can do like a... That was a little loud, I'm sorry. Or there's a... What else can I do? Oh, a whistle doesn't really work. Can I do the... Oh, that kind of works. I don't know about that one. We got there. Oh, with the reverb, that's kind of fun, actually. You do that. Hello, Taco. Thank you for the follow. Our fates are now intertwined. I want to learn how to purr. Interesting. Purring. Can I purr? What is it? How would I purr? Give me a second. That's not really a purr, is it? Well, that's something, but I don't know if that's a purr. I don't know if that's what people want. Maybe something... Because that's more of like a flutter tongue kind of dealy. I wonder... Well, I can think of something that probably also doesn't count as purring, but might be just straight up vocal fry. Everyone, after all, what's more relaxing than that horror movie, The Grudge, right? Everyone loves a... Everyone likes that, right? Everyone wants terrible clicky vocal fry. Maybe I should find something to read. I feel like if people like listening to my voice in ASMR, I wonder if maybe reading a story might be nice. Never seen that movie? There's this funny little boy, and he shows up in this house that these people just bought, and they're like, "What you doing, bud?" And he's like, other things happen. There's other spookies going on, but that's the one that I think a lot of people remember because it was in the advertisements. It's also fairly early on in the movie, so people who left early or people who perhaps fell asleep because they find horror relaxing like that, those people probably didn't see too far beyond. Storybooks are fun for ASMR reading. That does make sense, doesn't it? Although, do we want to do storybooks? Or do we want to do... do we want to do spicy fan fiction? Spicy terms of service fan fiction. If Vox is allowed to do basically porn, I don't see why I'm not allowed to read kind of sussy, dumb fanfic. But what do I know? I don't know anything. I don't know anything at all. I'm just saying that perhaps, don't know either, yeah, who knows how this stuff works. I don't know why I'm complaining, like, Mr. Justin TV, Mr. Justin Twitch came into the stream to, like, tell me to knock it off. I haven't been reprimanded. It's fine. We're all fine here. Alright, let's see. Let's see. Actually, now that I think about it, there's also... That's not bad. That's not bad. It's a little loud. It's a little loud and it's a little fast. It's not quite... It's a little too... I like that Rattleys, though. The Rattleys kind of nice. That was a plastic butterfly knife trainer. Oh, my model wants to do the... That's the one thing, is because if I don't sit upright and face the... face my tracking camera, it's like, oh, hey, I guess... oh, I guess we're just gonna bend back. That's fine. Still, I'm wondering. Also, well, here, I'm gonna just make some keyboardy sounds, and I'm curious. I want to know if it's the kind of thing that's like... This is the kind of ASMR sound that could be useful if I want to do like... I don't know, if I want to do like I'm writing something ASMR. If I did like... real time story writing or something. Finally force myself to write my lore out. I can only write my lore out if I'm doing it on stream, if I'm doing an ASMR writing stream. Makes perfect sense. Oh yes, my lore. So the basic idea with my lore is that you might be familiar with the concept of a Valkyrie in Norse mythology. They are divine beings, warrior women, who their job is to go into the battlefield and take the worthy souls of the fallen and lead them to first Freya's afterlife, which is known as the Folkvanga, and then after that, whoever's left gets to go to Odin's, which is called Valhalla, which is the more popular one for some reason, which is the one that people know, I should say. And yeah, I'm used to be one of those, but I kind of got fired and reassigned to a different job. Not written your lore out yet? That can be hard. A lot of my lore sort of wrote itself because it's just stealing outright from mythology, from Norse mythology. Let's see. Oh, your little bear. Oh, the bear's cute. So cute. Oh, you're just a teddy stuck in an attic. Oh, that's adorable. I am curious, though. Are you perhaps more of a say-so streamer, then? Cute. Probably. So you don't have like an intentional policy for it. It's more of a, that's just how it turned out kind of thing. Because I can get that. I didn't start, yeah, I wanted to start out and be more of a sensual streamer, but unfortunately I'm normally a bit too much of a gremlin. So, and I'm usually a little too anxious about being flirty because I don't want people to be uncomfortable. But I also know that there's a whole popular category of ASMR that's the girlfriend ASMR. But I also don't know. People don't usually give me shit about my voice normally, but now that we're in ASMR mode, it's a little harder to keep my voice, I guess. I wonder how it reads. I mean, really, for me, all that I care about is that people are enjoying it. And as long as people enjoy my voice, then that's good enough for me. And people seem to. So that's good. Cozy anime GFRP ASMR? Yes, exactly. Oh, well, hello, ex-Natterdays. Thank you so much for the follow. Our fates are now intertwined. Welcome in, welcome in. Unless you were here already, then I hope you've enjoyed your stay so far. I wonder. But yeah, there's a lot of. I have so much respect for role players because, you know, I have some amount of improv experience, but that's, you know, it's a similar skill, but staying in within the confines of fulfilling a fantasy like that is just very, very impressive to me. I always think it's such a cool thing because the people that I've seen that do that, they make it seem so effortless, like just so effortless. And I'm just like, wow, damn. I would break, or I would, honestly, the experience of dating me is that I'm kind of a disaster anyway, so if anything, I'm too authentic. I'm sorry, in this case, for this channel, your anime GF has anxiety. That's how it goes sometimes. Yeah, I don't know about acting. I do, for RPG games with dialogue, I'll read it, and I'll try to act it a little bit, but I don't know that I would say that it's like good acting. Also, surprise. A little bit of scissors. Just for fun, just because. Ooh. Kind of wish I had bigger scissors. What else do I have? I've tried that too. I don't have that much vocal range though. My vocal range goes okay, I guess. I did there's a Subnautica stream I just did. And during this stream, normally I have sound alerts in my redeems. And one of my redeems is the Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. Mommy, sorry. And it turns out that doing that is a great way to try and sweep up the vocal range a little bit, starting low and then getting all the way up here. Oh, does this sound a little different? Does this sound good? Oh, I'm seeing little your blushies, I wonder. Oh, wait a minute. I know those blushies. Those are my wife's blushies. Those are Mimi's blushies. My oh my. Let's see. Oh, let's turn off our exercise. Redeem 2. I guess the Nico Ni is fine. Mimi's emotes are so cute. Let's see. I guess this is the best. This is the best stream to have a passionate reading redeem. I need to change that up though. No one redeems it. Probably because it's not very clear what it is, and that's on me. Very cute emotes. Found Mimi through Mr. Saito. Oh, you know what? I thought your name sounded familiar, actually. I think I was modding the stream when you showed up. That does sound about right. Yeah, Mimi's lovely. Mimi could also do ASMR, I think. I think she has a lovely, relaxing voice. Although she's, she also is a little insecure about it, I think. But it's a small world. It is a small world. Because it's like, I feel like you just see the same people in so many chats, and then you're like, wait a minute, how do we all end up in these places? And then, yeah. And then, people do collabs, people connect through other platforms, and you just sort of naturally end up finding each other. It's neat. It's a fun little organic community that we have and that we get to be part of. I like that my water bottle has a very nice... Oh god, that clipped. I'm so sorry. I didn't think it would be that loud. Oh god, I committed sin. I committed ASMR sin. Oh god, oh fuck, oh no. Alright. I have another thing. Actually, this kind of works well with the rain sounds, I feel like. We have this little tumbler of titty pills. We have this little progesterone. Oh. Well, of course. Thank you for the redeem ketchup. You're a very good boy. I hope that was good. Of course, of course. I'm always happy to... I like doing those redeems. I like making people feel nice. And as much as my good girls and good boys have a certain energy to how I do them, I still like to think that, I don't know. I still mean it in a wholesome way too. I think people deserve to be told when they're doing good. And not just when they're doing good for me. Which I do appreciate too. Let's see. I'm going to just... Oh my. Ah, yes, the daily feather redeem is very important. Also, if you would like to know a little secret that's revealed by that redeem, that little purple heart, that less than 3, when you type that in chat, it hurls hearts at my model. So if you would like to pelt me with hearts, all you have to do is spam hearts in chat. Yep. There it goes. Normally there's a sound. I don't think you can hear it right now because I don't think that audio is going through. But yeah, it's... Oh, excuse me. It's just one of those things. Let's see. What else do I have? Oh, that might be fun. Let me see if I can grab another thing. And I keep grabbing new things, less because I think I absolutely have to, but more because I have ADHD, and I'm just like, I want to try a new thing. Anyway. Oh, hey, Sapphire, welcome in. How are you doing? Welcome to my inaugural first ASMR stream. Thank you for the hydrate catch-up. Ah, clipped again. God damn it. I really need to be cautious about that, because normally it's not something I think about. Things to learn, things to learn. Making sure to not make too much noise. Let's see. You've got a nice voice for ASMR. Oh, thank you, Sapphire. I'm happy you think so. I'm having too much. I need to stop trying to do ASMR with my drums because every hand drum I try to do ASMR with turns into just drumming. And that's not the vibe, or at least that's not supposed to be the vibe. Ooh, that's gonna... to read and run, but I need to get ready for bed, and thank you for the lovely stream. Well, thank you for staying and keeping me company, Catch Up. I would hardly say you raided and run. You hung out for a good little while. And thank you so much again for rating and giving me some ASMR tips and just general encouragement. I always appreciate it. And yes, have a lovely rest and a lovely sleep. Good night. It was nice to meet you too. Maybe I should find something to read. I feel like the meme is to do Sonic fanfiction. And it's not that I couldn't do ASMR Sonic fanfiction. I could absolutely do Sonic fanfiction. Oh, I know what I could do. I could do an ASMR reading of the one and only fan fiction that I ever wrote. When I was very burnt out in my job before I left it, I wrote a fan fiction for Fate Grand Order. And basically the entire point of that fanfic was the main character of FGO discovering that she actually had been earning time off that she hadn't been using and had to use, and her being chronically overworked, just not knowing what to do with the extra time. And my plan was to have sort of a continuation, as sort of episodic, oh, well, Gudiko's running around Chaldea on vacation time that she doesn't know what to do with, and a bunch of servants are going to grab her and basically drag her into their own shit, in the same way that the game events work. Just instead of it being the game events, it's to my standards and my writing. I just had the best idea. So, for anyone in chat, I'm curious. Give me... Sounds cute? Thank you. I don't think it's... I think it is the writing quality of someone who does not write very often, who does not write fiction very often, and it's pretty awkward, but I don't mean that to say that, I just mean that to say that I am not a practiced writer, not that I'm being self-negative to say that I'm just a bad writer. I think it's just a matter of, if I had the spoons, if I had the energy to keep writing, I would definitely, I think, improve. I think that's how it's true. That's not just because it's me. It's because anyone should be able to improve with practice, right? Yeah, I was my mind's thinking of things to read, and I'm just like, oh, well, we have that fan fiction, which I can certainly do. We also have, I tend to be able to talk a little too much about my hyperfixations. And my hyperfixations are often, how to put this? I tend to get into gacha games, and I tend to get a little too knowledgeable about all the characters in the gacha games. And inevitably, when I try to tell people about those gacha games, what will happen is I will be like, oh, and it has this character that I like, and look at what they look like, and here's this character that I like, and here's this character that I like, and I like them for these reasons. And I get too excited and too off topic, and I do a terrible job of recommending anything, because I don't recommend the central, what's supposed to be the main hook of the game, what's supposed to get people started, because you can't just hit people with the, oh yeah, this particular piece of character writing or this particular piece of story is really good after so many hours in. It's not exactly a good way to sell much of anything, now is it? Okay, I'm gonna put this Udu drum away real quick. I'll be right back. All right, there we go. That's a bit better. There we go, there we go. Oh, I wonder if this could pick up cracking my knuckles. Oh, it sure can. Ooh. I got one good wrist pop at least. Well, we got a little bit. That'll have to do. Oh yeah, there we go. I am one of those people that developed the terrible habit of being able to always crack my knuckles. At least the knuckles, I can crack other things with less frequency. There's more of a cooldown on the other ones. But yeah, let's poke around. Let's see if we can't find something fun to do. I would say I would just scroll my Twitter, but I don't think that's very exciting. I don't think that's very fun. I think we can do better than that. So let's see now. We're gonna go ahead and go to AO3, and we're gonna go to My Works, and I'm gonna read you a little story. And this little story is 661 words, and it's called Paid/Time Off. The summary is, poor Ritska just needs a break. The tags, the tags are whatever. What's important to me is because you know how it is with AO3, the absolute best way to express yourself is through the additional tags. Those are what are important. And the additional tags for this, we have Gudiko needs a nap, which is true. She does. She's very overworked. Employee benefits, which is just a funny thing for me. I just think it's funny to have that tag on AO3 of all places. And we have labor violations. Oh, thank you for the follow, Cinnabons. Our fates are now intertwined. Welcome in. I hope you enjoy your time here. I hope it's relaxing. I'm exposing my sins. I'm just reading the additional tags on a fan fiction I wrote for Fate Grand Order. Why am I reading the additional tags, you ask? Why? Because I'm putting off reading the actual story. Naturally. Moving back to the additional tags, we have labor violations. Because, well, to be honest, Fate Grand Order features a great many things in it, but unfortunately, one of the things that it features is labor violations. Just terrible. I don't think it's technically an American company. I think it's British, if anything, but that's not important. It's always fun to admit your sins. Also, I tried to get into that series. I mean, it's a hard series. Yes, it's hard to know where to start. I'm sucked into the Fate Swamp, so I'm kind of trapped here forever. But it's very difficult for people to get onboarded. Generally speaking, because the best way, the absolute best way to get into it is also the biggest and most time consuming. Instead, I ended up hurting myself by watching the entirety of it, all of it. I mean, I very recently started rereading One Piece because ages ago, a long time ago, I was up to date on it. I was current. And then I got to Punk Hazard, and I kind of I got distracted, other stuff happened, I lost it, and then it got ahead of me. And then recently, I reread all the way back up to Punk Hazard, and stopped again. I need to actually continue past it, because I want to get to Wano. I'm very excited for Wano. But, wow, all of One Piece. To the latest episode, I was going to get into the manga, but I decided to stick with watching it. That's impressive. I mean, I think there's, especially now, One Piece has, like, I think, better animation than the early stuff. The early stuff is, there's a lot of filler, there's a lot going on, but there is a lot to be said for being able to experience it with voice acting, with song, with the animation, especially I think One Piece, especially with characters like Brook, they put a lot of value in music, and it is something that I think that benefits from having that component to it. But yeah, no, that's very impressive. Who's your favorite character? Actually, I'll ask two questions. I'll ask, who's your favorite character in One Piece? And then specifically, if your favorite character doesn't also count for this, who's your favorite member of the Straw Hats? Who's your favorite Mugiwara? Hmm? My favorite is Nico Robin. Well, my favorite Straw Hat is Nico Robin. My favorite character is probably Boa Hancock. I don't have any real need to explain myself on that, I don't think. I mean, and I say favorite, but I like all of them. It's just a bit of advice. Don't rush it. Instead, just enjoy the adventure. If you feel like you need to rush it, then it's probably not something you'll tend to get into. It's all about the environments. My favorite character is Robin overall. She's like the big sister. Yeah, she does have a lot of very big sister energy. I also like... I tend to be drawn to characters that are big trauma babies. I like the characters that are, they're resilient, and they show that they're like, they've gotten through, although everyone in One Piece is traumatized to varying extents. Favorite overall is Chopper. Oh, I like Chopper. Chopper's fun. Chopper's interesting because I feel like the author definitely recognized that Chopper felt a little underpowered compared to everyone else, and then tidily rectified that in the time skip. And it's just like, yeah, Chopper can contribute too. It's really good. Although, if that's your attitudes towards Chopper, I feel like the particular One Piece meme that took off must have been a little, I won't assume upsetting, but maybe a little, given that poor Chopper got it, was not spared. Not spared at all. The One Piece is real. Oh, I wonder why the sound alert didn't play. Odd. Well, Doc Walter White, thank you for the follow. Our fates are now intertwined. What's your favorite arc so far? So far, my favorite arc is... There's a lot of good ones, but I think Enies Lobby might be my... Or no, not Enies Lobby. Water 7. Yeah, definitely Water 7's just really strong. I do like Enies Lobby as well, as sort of the follow-up to it. I really like the CP9 characters. They make for really fun villains, but they're reasonably, they're strong, but they're still... One Piece at no point risks losing the fun of its characters with them getting more powerful, and I really appreciate that. Like, I think about the fight between Zoda and Kaku, and I think it's really neat that I just think it's really fun that basically Kaku has giraffe powers and they're both kind of figuring it out. It's a pretty good one. I tend to favor Alabasta. It was around that time when the whole political aspect of the anime was really pushed into perspective with its environments. Yeah, it's that is something that I do like about it, is that One Piece is very much like, hey, we don't really jive with fascism, and we'll tear it down. Like, at no point is there, every time someone does an appeal to authority against Luffy, Luffy's like, fuck you. No, absolutely not. I don't care. And I think that's neat. I think that's cool. And I think it's one of those things that, like... Because there's plenty of works that would have, a pirate as the hero, and the pirate would not end up doing a lot of law-breaking, per se, which, it's not like a pirate is contractually obligated or, like, existentially obligated to just break rules for the sake of breaking rules, of course, but, like, it's also one of those things that, like, how to put it? Why, hello, Rookie. Welcome in. How are you doing? Welcome to my first ASMR stream. But yeah, I don't know. It's a lot of... It's good. I like One Piece. It's strong. I also like the Frankenfurter inspired character, Empoleon Ivankov. But it's hi, Rookie. Welcome in. How are you today? How's the gardening going? Anything? Oh, actually, did I? Rookie, did I show you I told you that I was getting into crochet, but I didn't think... Did I ever show you Did I ever show you what I actually made? I made a little penguin friend. Spent like 4 hours watering half of my indoor plants, so that's about how well today went. Oh, well, let me fix that. And, oh dear, that is quite a bit. Actually, you know what? We can do a thing here. Because it seems silly to me that I would show just Rookie when it is in fact something I could show everyone very easily. So we're gonna just go ahead and grab my little friend. Oh dear. Well, if it isn't Mistress Briley, hello. Oh, it's been so long. Let me give you a shout out real quick. There we go. How was your stream? Thank you so much for the raid. What were you playing? Did you win? Did you make friends? Were you doing an interview? Your interviews are very good. I wouldn't be surprised if you were doing one of those. But, let's see, I was pulling something off of Twitter to show everyone. There it is. Let me go ahead and download that. Let's see, and then we're going to go ahead and go back to, oh, that's fun. There we go. Okay, we're all good here. Oh, and I didn't do my intro, I'm so absent-minded. For those who just came in, welcome Raiders. My name is Lorna Haley, the Norn VTuber. And today is my very first ASMR stream. I'm just giving it a shot because I saw someone else having fun with it, and I was like, you know what, that does seem like something I might enjoy doing. And enough people have told me that I should try it out, so I thought, why not? Let's see, so right now, I was going to grab a little thing to show. I recently got into a new hobby. And let's see, actually we're going to switch this to, do it this way, so I can go ahead and add an image. What do you call this? Borb. There we go, okay. We'll just get you under this. Perfect. There it is. There's our little friend. This is the hobby. This is the friend I made. I got one of my dear friends gave me a little kit that teaches you how to get into crochet. And yes, this is Pierre. This is Pierre the penguin. We're gonna leave him up. We're gonna let Pierre hang out because, you know, he's just a cute little guy. We're gonna put you over here in the corner where you can hang out. And vibe. Yeah. Just looking at my screen and realizing that I still have. Which side do I want you on, buddy? I can't decide. Well, we already have the microphone on the other side. So we'll put you over here. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just thinking about the. I was gonna for a while. The plan was to change. You'll notice there's some text at the top, very top of my layout. Oh, flip it. You're so smart. You're so smart. You got a big old sexy brain, goddamn. Let's see. Let's flip this. Let's flip this little friend. There we go. Pierre is here to help us with our ASMR. Smart. Also mirror my hand a bit, but that's fine. But yeah, at the very top of my layout, I have this drill quote, and it is my favorite drill tweet. It is not the entire tweet. but it is my favorite quote from him. It's very powerful. I like the energy of it. And I thought, I was like, oh, I'll switch that quote out every time I stream. I'll do a different, like, something up there. And it's just been, I will face God and walk backwards into hell this entire time. And at this point, I feel like no matter what I'm doing, that energy is very funny, so it's kind of fine, actually. You know what I mean? Sometimes it just works. There we go. Okay. But yes, crocheting is fun and a lot easier than the... I tried knitting at one point. I tried knitting and it was like so hard. Let's see. Wasn't that tweet about fighting monkeys at the zoo or something? Yeah, it was. It was about misbehaving at the zoo. Kind of reminds me of the penguins from Super. Yeah, it does have that energy, doesn't it? You could practically hear the. I don't know if singing sounds too good at the setup. Not proud that I remember that. I mean, it's a really good tweet, Ricky. I don't know why you wouldn't be proud of it. I think, okay, so that's my favorite, like, easy quote to fit anywhere. But one of my favorite drill tweets overall is the, this whole thing smacks of gender, I hollered as I turned the barbecue and turned the 4th of July into the 4th of shit. It's like, good, classic. You know, Drill sold the little book versions of all of his tweets in the separate, basically each book is, there's like 5 different versions, and it's all the same tweets, but the difference is that they're organized differently. So one of them's random, one of them's in order of, like, one's chronologically ordered, one is alphabetical, I believe, one is based on whichever, like, what had the most engagement, which is admittedly probably the one that I would go for. It's time for ASMR drill tweets. Drill quotes and drill tweets, they're the same thing, actually. As it turns out, there's no meaningful difference between a tweet and a quote when the person we're talking about is, yeah. Why am I going to Twitter? Like, Twitter will have something for me. Truly, why? Why? Oh, actually, Ruki, you kind of have good timing. I was stalling for so long that I never got around to doing this, but I was about to read the one and only fan fiction that I have ever written. And it is you can kind of tell that I wrote it when I was very, very burnt out at my job, when the burnout was really getting to me, and I was just not having it. I'm kind of looking through it right now, because it's not that I'm against reading it just because it is cringe, and it is cringe, because, it's fan fiction. And, I don't mean that in a negative way. It's in more of a I'm cringe and I'm free kind of way. But no. What I mean is that I'm like, how accessible is this? Oh no. You know what? I'm reading through it. It is fucking cringe. the amateur writing, the signs of an amateur writer, which I am, so it's not that embarrassing. It's not like I should be ashamed of being what I am, which is to say I haven't practiced writing very much, so of course it's not going to be, perfect. It's a skill that has to be developed, but at the same time, it really feels like one of those things where it's like, just, I'm showing you my macaroni art. It's not good, even by the standards of macaroni art. And I know more than anyone that it's not, I know what it is. So you should read it anyways. I've read worse. I went down the whole Sonic fanfic rabbit hole a long while back. In my mind, I want to regret it, but in my heart, I appreciated every second of the cringe that brought tears to my eyes. That's beautiful. I love that for you. I think, look, I've read, okay, so in terms of fanfiction I've written, there's just the one. In terms of fanfiction I've read, though, I've read some fucking, I love fanfiction that is weird, that is based on people having some ideas, some inspiration, some weird angles on a show that I'm just like, how did you get here? I love a rare pair. I love rare pairs so fucking much. I can't stress enough that, like, one of my favorite things with fan fiction is when people are like, I think this character and this other character, and they might not even have ever talked, but someone has this big brain moment where they're like, these two would fit in a way that only I can see and only I can bring to life. And then they do. And usually, especially for a rare pair, it's always perfect because it is always something that requires justification, but the only kind of person that would write it is the person who has that justification. It's self-selecting. Some of the best written fan fiction is, in my opinion, rare pairs because it requires the most dedication to it. Because, like, do the popular couples get good fan fiction? Of course they do. Of course they do. But you have to find that. You have to find it amongst a lot of fan fiction that is using a popular pairing more for the fact that they're well known than having particular inspirations about those characters. Or perhaps, because I don't want to dunk on people's work. I don't want to say, like, oh, all this shit, garbage fan fiction, because that's, it's not professional writing, and not even before that, it's just expressions. It's all good. I don't want to come in here coming out swinging like, fan fiction, LOL, fucking garbage, because that's unnecessarily cruel to people who are doing their best, and I think the act of creation is lovely. So I just think it's one of those things that I get picky about what I read. So when I talk down on things, I don't mean that it's bad. I mean that it's just I'm a terrible picky snob sometimes. Well, true. I think some of the best, if not amazing, fan fiction out there are some of those cringe or overall messy nonsense. It's called fan fiction for a reason. I remember one of my childhood favorites from years and years ago was one that was written from a young teen about her Harry Potter school life. Had me in tears. I loved it. Yeah, I think my favorite fan fiction is probably the, it's a Toho one, isn't it? It is. There's a really good Toho fan fiction that it's not exactly a rare pair. When you get to Toho and you talk about rare pairs, it's almost every pairing has been considered, and for the characters that have been around the longest, every one of those pairings is generally pretty robust. So we'll take a rare pair with big old air quotes, but someone wrote a lovely little story about, you know what, maybe after we read my fan fiction, maybe I'll just read that, because it's not terms of service. And I wouldn't say that it's not accessible. I found what I need to read. Ha ha. Ha ha. Oh God. This is fun. I used to do just talking streams, but, that was when I was starting out, which is, I think, objectively the worst time to do just talking streams because you're going to have the least amount of people coming in to talk. And this is, an ASMR stream is just a just talking stream with a little extra sparkle on it, right? So I feel like I just said something that I shouldn't say. I feel, not because it's like some deep truth, but just because like it is different. It is disrespectful to the people who do like a lot of work on their ASMR streams, because people do really incredible ASMR streams. I never want people to not have their effort recognized. That's the thing about me. So every time I say something and then scramble to be like, but no, you're cool and good and valid, it's just because I'm like, what if something I said makes it to someone who does ASMR and they're like, damn, don't be so dismissive. I'm like, shit, you're right, I shouldn't be so dismissive. Like, I don't know. I just want everyone to be comfy. I want everyone to feel affirmed. Like, that's all I want. That's all I want, is just everyone to have a good time and be cozy. Yeah, I remember one of my favorites from years and years ago was why did I just read that comment again? I already read that comment. I'm terrible. Oh, I remember the name of the fanfic Harry Potter one. Oh God, Am I Immortal? Yeah, I know all about My Immortal, don't worry. I've watched the Sarah Zed video on it. Yeah, I think it was Sarah Zed that did it. Yeah, I would almost, so actually I have another streamer friend, actually two of my lovely VTuber wives, as a special stream did a live reading of My Immortal, but as they found out, it has a lot of elements that have not aged gracefully. That is to say that it is kind of homophobic and kind of racist and kind of rampant with slurs that are probably not the best. There's actually a lot of stuff that is probably not good to read in there. But I respect its energy, plus the meta element of the drama between the supposed author and the editor, which, to my knowledge, we've never, despite all the people who've claimed to be the authors, we've never found out who wrote My Immortal. And I think at this point, there's been so many false claimants, and it's so hard to prove that, like, I don't know if we'll ever find out, 100%. What an amazing cultural artifact. Anyway, that's enough stalling. All right. So, I'm going to read my Fate Grand Order fanfiction, Paid Time Off. But that's paid time, like there's a slash between paid and time, so it's like it matches the naming conventions of the Fate series. It's very important that you know that. And our tags are the character tags, the fandom tags. Those aren't important, but what are important are the additional tags, which is Gudako needs a nap, employee benefits, labor violations, and no therapists in Chaldea that won't fuck you to death, because that's true. They have so much staff in that gacha game, but none of them are therapists, which the main character really needs, and the only person who could qualify as a therapist is in fact a bodhisattva that is attempting to fuck the main character to death. So, kinda rough, given that the rest of humanity is burnt and on fire. It's a real problem. Anyway, here we go. Fujimaru Ritsuka is an exceptionally burnt-out mage. Between training, missions, and trying to keep the peace between the rowdier servants, she didn't have much time to relax. Managing her servants involves countless decisions about who works well with who, which servant needs enhancement, and so on. The combination of both paperwork and mana that this requires is draining her more than any of the actual, literal vampires in Chaldea. This is what brings the young master into the workshop of her acting director, Leonardo da Vinci. The servant in question appears to be balancing her workload between an intimidating pile of legal tedium and what appears to be the blueprints for a shipping container. Truly, genius is unfathomable. Ritzka did not have any job experience before she was invited to Chaldea. None of the other staff takes more than quick breaks as far as she's seen. Some of her servants don't even take those. She can't help feeling guilty about asking for a break from her responsibilities. She doesn't want to be a burden. As the mage anxiously makes her way into the room, Da Vinci addresses her without looking away from her work. Well, hello there. Is everything all right? I don't think I've ever seen you so timid, dear. The redhead takes a breath to force down her nerves and replies, Hi, Da Vinci. I'm all right, but I was wondering, if it's not too much trouble, I was wondering if I could maybe take a short break. I've been so tired, but I know that everyone's tired too, so I understand if that's too selfish. The genius gives an amused chuckle. You don't need my permission to take your breaks, Ritzka. If they're in your schedule, you can just take them. Although, if you're using some of your PTO, that goes through me now. PTO? Paid time off? They covered it when you were first hired here, right? I don't think they did. The grand orders started before I could go to orientation. Da Vinci's hands stop. She slowly takes off her glasses and turns to the young master with an uncharacteristically serious expression. Ritzka, has no one told you about your vacation time? No? There's a deep sigh as worry creeps into Da Vinci's expression. While we undoubtedly have some labor violations here and there, Chaldea is still responsible for the welfare of its employees. You're entitled to time off, Ritzka. So it's okay to maybe skip training every once in a while? Sweetie, you've probably built up enough vacation time to take a whole month off and then some. A month? Ritzka slumps to the floor, dumbfounded. She thought she could get away with maybe an evening to herself or a morning to sleep in, but a month? She can barely think of how she can justify asking for such luxury. She won't know what to do with herself. Well, it seems like it's flexible, so maybe just a day for now. Actually, looking at it, you've got a month's worth that won't even roll over to next year. Looking up from the floor, the confused mage sees that Da Vinci appears to have pulled up her employee file. Oh, looks like a certain doctor figured you'd need the rest and gave you the same PTO policy as the senior staff. Da Vinci winked at the girl on the floor, who could only awkwardly smile back. So, no sense in wasting valuable employee benefits, I'm going to go ahead and approve you for the next month off, starting today. Enjoy. Ritzka stares at the floor as the genius returns to her work, her mind racing to catch up to what just happened. She can barely remember what she did during vacations before becoming the last master of humanity. Suddenly, free to spend her time as she pleases, the mage decides that the first order of business is to finally get some sleep. And that's it. Author's notes. I wrote this while I was burning out at work instead of working at work, LOL. I'm so tired. But yes, that is the one and only fan fiction I've read. And now, if we're in fan fiction reading mode, I might just go ahead and read some of my favorites. Um, yeah, I hope everyone enjoyed. Let's see, I'm gonna just sort and filter my bookmarks. We're gonna go for so what I'm thinking, general, no, it's probably just like there's a lot of fan fiction on AO3 that this is perhaps unsurprising, but I can't read on Twitch because it's a little too spicy, shockingly. Let's see. Which one am I looking for? Also, some of these are going to be not readable because what I just read didn't take very long because it was a little less than 700 words. A lot of the fan fictions that I like are, well, they're very long, and I don't think I'm going to read a 50,000 word fan fiction on stream, because that is a novella. That's reading an entire book. And as tempting as that might be, that's not what I'm going for right now. Also, was my reading understandable? I stumbled a few times, but I hope it was not read too quickly, and it was read clearly and understandably. Let's hope that it was good, because I've not read people's stories live. Let me see. I was going to do something. I was going to click somewhere else real quick. It's understandable? Good. Let's see. There's also some fan fictions. Alright. There's a fan fiction that I like that I'm not going to read all of it, but I am going to tell you what it's called because it's very funny to me personally. There is a Persona 5 fan fiction that is about the Sae, the older sister of Makoto, and I think she's a lawyer, detective, the person who arrests you and interrogates you. Her shipped with Tae, the doctor, the shady back alley doctor, who's also Makoto's doctor. And so the title of this fanfiction is Wake Up, Get Out of My Apartment Before My Sister Sees You. That's a riff on the lyrics for the opening song, and I think that's just perfect title. Honestly, I probably would have bookmarked that just for the title, even if the fanfiction wasn't very good, but the fanfiction is funny as well. Highly recommend. Very good. And that one is clean, so I don't have to put any caveats on that. That one's... There's nothing objectionable in that one. Oh, shit. Yeah, okay, so in the category of fanfiction that is novella length that I will not be able to read, tragically, on the stream, but it is one of my favorite fan fictions. For anyone that is a fan of Fire Emblem Three Houses, there is a lovely fan fiction called If You Ask for a Cup of Water, They Will Give It to You for Free. And it is I'm not usually one for the coffee shop AUs. Why, hello, Astra. Welcome in, darling. But yes, I'm not usually one for coffee shop AUs. However, this is fan fiction. It does it in a way that is both a unique coffee shop fanfic, a coffee shop AU, but also not. It's also true to the original game in an interesting way. Meowdy, baby. Yes, how are you, darling? Ever finished the game, restarted it like 2 times, then forgot about it? I liked it. I only played through one route. I can understand why people might not, you know, everyone's got different tastes, and that's totally fine. And there's certain things that, like, narrative elements of it that I didn't really care about as much. See, I lost my day to playing the Fusion Pokemon game and not talking to anyone. Oh, that's cute. How am I? I'm pretty good. I impulsively decided to do an ASMR stream for fun. Because I was like, shit, I was watching my friend Ellie do an ASMR, and I was like, this looks super fun, and I've been wanting to do an ASMR anyway, so why not just do it? And I just did it. So, yeah, now we're doing ASMR. Here, let me get a little bit more on the mic for you. Just a little bit more. Also, Astra, you might be interested to know this, but the Receive Smooch Redeem is a little extra potent in this particular audio format because it really captures the whole thing. Because it's just a little. Oh, that was clipped. Okay. Yes. You get many kisses. You get. And a wholesome praise. Here, I'll do one more at the end of your praise. Just how you redeemed it. Astra, you're always able to cheer me up, and you always work so hard. And you are a lovely person that I'm so happy to have met. And I want you to be happy, and I want you to feel so warm and held and cozy at all times. And I love you so much. There you go. I hope that was sufficient. There's your cute little Astrowag. So cute. Alright, so let's see. We have... Oh, so the fanfiction I wanted it isn't here. Interesting. Let's try... Sometimes when I go to read certain fan fictions and I find out that sometimes it's just that I didn't bookmark them because I'm silly and absent-minded. Sometimes it's that I did have it bookmarked, but then the authors had their account nuked, or they deleted it. And truly, I sometimes am like, as much as it would make me look a certain kind of way if someone found my stash of fucking downloaded fan fiction, I'm like, perhaps hoarding preservationist instincts are a good thing, because, you know, with actually published things, it's not a big deal, but in this case, that's not, you know, we don't have that level of reliability, do we? Alright, so we're going to go ahead and... The fuck do you mean? The fandom tag isn't here. Bullshit. I don't believe that. The fuck? The fuck? Oh, I'm gonna be so sad. Oh, I'm gonna be so sad if this person... Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. I'm actually panicking a little bit. If this person deleted all their fan fiction without backing it up, I'm going to be devastated, actually. Shit, fuck, fuck. ASMR of a fucking shipping nerd, of a fan fiction addict, panicking, live ASMR. That's the kind of ASMR you're all here for, right? Is someone losing their mind over their favorite funny internet story vanishing? I know that's what I look for. Also, Astra, I know you've already seen this, but we're joined today by our friend Pierre, the little buddy that I crocheted. Yes. Oh. Ah, shoot. Should have paid more attention. Rosie and Kisu ended their stream already. Well, that's okay. Let's see. Over here. Let's see. You know, it did just strike me that normally when I do these sort of surprise pop-up streams, what normally happens is I manage to do something, either whether it be karaoke or whether it be Rocksmith. I usually end up doing something that I can't save the VOD for because sections of it are silenced. So, unless the particular rain sounds that I'm using end up being unacceptable, which that would suck, but such is life, I think I will actually be able to release the VOD of this, which, again, following logically, I just realized means that that would mean that I would have me reading my own fan fiction just out there forever. And I wonder if that's worth the risk. It probably is. It's not a big deal, but anyway, I was doing a thing. I was going to poke through and find... Alright, so here's what we're going to do. Oh, excuse me. So, we're going to just... This is a fan fiction that, the way it works is the author decided to take the character Marissa from Toho, who's a cool witch. She's self-taught, she is rambunctious, she's, very much a disruptive presence. She's not about the rules, she's about, crashing around, having fun. And she has a lot of interesting pairings. She has a lot of very, very fun dynamics with a lot of characters, as is often the case in Toho. And so, someone wrote this nifty little fan fiction where they basically have four little vignettes of Marissa and 4 other characters. And each one of them is about her getting a little kiss from each of them, for different reasons and in different sort of contexts, and they're all very cute, and it's good. Oh, thank God it's still here. 1, why don't I have this bookmarked? 2, if that other one is gone, I'm going to die. I'm just going to double check. I'm just going to really double check. In fact, I might go so far as to download it right now if it's not here, because I'm going to be sad if that was the case. So we're going to just take care of that real quick. Oh, thank God. Okay. Well, that's for later. Which, for anyone that's even vaguely into Toho, I honestly think it kind of works without it. You need to know some things about Toho, but Teeth and Claws by the Unmoving Great Library is, by my estimation, one of the best Toho fanfics out there, and it's really good. It also, unfortunately, requires somewhat a good amount of context from Toho, and it's almost 60,000 words, so it is a commitment. So, for as much as it's a good fanfic, it's also a fanfic that I don't think, if I recommend it, anyone will actually read. But that's kind of true with any fanfic. There's only some people who will recommend me fanfic where I'm like, I'll read that for sure. Like, there's certain people that I take recommendations from, and I'm like, I'm going to, no matter what, no matter how much I don't think I'll be into this, I will go for it. And then there's some people where I'm like, I'll get to it if I get to it. And sometimes I do get to it, but, you know, we all prioritize. Excuse me. Well, that's also one of those things that I understand when, because as people, many people who know me know, when I'm friends with someone and I found out that they like a thing that I like, or something similar to things that I like, I have a bad habit of recommending. People will be like, oh, I don't read very much Yuri. Do you recommend anything? And I'll be like, sure. Let me spam you with 40 links. Let me spam you with 40 different series to watch because I had a fucking Yuri hyperfixation. I burnt out of my job, and I quit last May. And I was so burnt out that I really couldn't do much of anything for a long time. And during the time that I couldn't do much of anything, all I did do was read. And I read Sapphic comics, I read Sapphic webtoons, I read Sapphic books. Anything about girls kissing, anything about women loving women, I was into it. So now it's given me the superpower that if anyone mentions any kind of Yuri, I've probably heard of it. If not, I've already read it. People will be like, hey, did you see this Yuri? I'm like, yes, I know this Yuri, no matter what it is. This has made me a terrible Yuri hipster, but that's how it goes. That's why, even though we've been getting a lot of Yuri anime lately that I'm very happy about, I'm still like grumbly because I'm like, this story's good, but they could have picked other ones. It's like they just announced Whispering You a Love Song, which is a very cute story, but I'm like, but I don't know. That does a lot of things that we've all seen, and I'm just like, but what about Watanabe? Why doesn't that get an anime adaptation? What about Still Sick? Why don't we get a Still Sick anime? I'm sorry, I'm getting on tangents. Anyway, this is Yuri complaining about Yuri adaptations, ASMR. Let's see. Anyway, I'm not reading Teeth and Claws. We're not here to read that one. We're here to read a different one. I'm gonna retitle the stream, I think, because at this point, I don't think I need to ask people to be nice. I think I can just be chatting and reading fanfic ASMR. Let's see. Trigger words are free. There we go. And that is true. That is a truth statement for any regular fans of ASMR. I am rather new to it. But if there's a particular kind of trigger that you'd like me to take a shot at, please just let me know, and I'll do my best. Tragically, I don't have any slime on me, but I do have other things that I can do, tappies and scratchies, and I have this jaw harp, which is a fun little thing. It goes... So, there's that. And there's a redeem for jaw harp if you want more of that. But yes, let's see. Oh, get in there, bud. Okay. There we go. We're all good. Alright, so this is chapter, I'm gonna not go. So this entire fan fiction is about 12,000 words, and it is 4 chapters. We are not reading the entire thing. That would take a little while, and I don't want to. No, we're going to be skipping to pretty much my favorite chapter. No, it's hard to say. I like the first 3, and then the 4th one is kind of whatever, but I like this one because it's imaginative in a very specific way. Yeah. So for a little context, because this work isn't going to make quite as much sense without that. So there is, in Toho, a really old mansion run by a bunch of cool people, and in that mansion is a library. And in that library, the master of that library, the mistress of that library, I should say, is Patchouli Knowledge, a very old mage, a witch, who achieved immortality and became a yokai. And so she's basically immortal, but she was sickly in her lifetime, so she stayed that way as a yokai. And her whole thing is that she just wants peace and order in her library, and she knows all of the books, she knows all these cool ancient spells. She's a very academic magic user. And our main character, our protagonist, Marissa, is a self-taught witch who lives in the woods, who likes to break into the library, steal Patchouli's books to learn what's in them, and then return them eventually. She has a tendency to say that she's just borrowing them and then forget to return books sometimes too. That's a thing. So it's become sort of a game between those two where Patchouli tries to stop Marissa from stealing, Marissa manages to steal, and usually someone would come back to Marissa's place to acquire the goods back. But yeah, so immortal, super academic nerd witch, and just grungy little hedge witch in the woods. That's our pairing. So that's I think that's the only major context. The rest of this is going to have some details that would be enriched by knowing what they're referencing, but not important. All right, so this is Chapter 3 of Thief of Hearts by Unmoving Great Library on Archive of Our Own. The flight home was fast and frantic. Marissa was sure that she was being followed, could swear that she'd caught the glint of daggers behind her. She stayed low to the trees, darting beneath their canopies when she felt the need for stealth. She swooped in a long arc around her house, both trying to mislead any pursuit and giving her a chance to make sure nobody was waiting for her before she landed. When she finally stepped inside, she cackled with delight. "Oh, this is going to be great." Overflowing with giddy energy, she thrust her new acquisition into the air. It was a book. Nobody, though not even the most illiterate villager, would mistake it for a mere normal book. The cover was firm, yet incredibly smooth, like frozen silk, and to anybody with an eye for magic, it practically thrummed with power. There were a few gold-letter words on the spine, and some arcane language she'd never even seen. Which, okay, yeah, meant that she wasn't sure what the book was about. But it had been sitting on a pedestal in the library, and it looked like this. It had to be something incredibly valuable. The secrets of immortality, or the most powerful spells known to man, or the key to making the Philosopher's Stone. Especially since it had the most intimidating lock she'd ever seen. It wasn't rare, or especially since it had the most intimidating lock she'd ever seen. It wasn't rare for arcane tomes or Yoma books to have seals or locks on them, protecting their contents from the foolish or unwary. She had seen plenty of those. This, though, was in a class of its own. The locking mechanism was the size of her hand and a bit thicker to boot. It was covered in gold filigree. She'd already tried to pry it open with a knife, and it had zapped her in response. That was good, though. That meant this thing was the real deal. Looking at it again just reminded her how good a catch this thing was. She grinned and spun around, clasping it to her chest as she walked towards her workshop. "Once I get you open, you can go back to Patchy, okay?" she promised the book. She can't complain too much if I do that, right? I'd be a pretty sorry magician if I didn't go for something like this. Slowly, carefully, she cleared a spot on her desk and lowered the book into place, like it might explode if she didn't give it proper reverence, which, really, for all she knew, it might. Thankfully, the book held its wrath for the moment. Marissa slid into her chair and grabbed a magnifying glass. Whoever had made the lock, the craftsmanship was, unsurprisingly, pretty good. It was made out of a few layers, which fit together so seamlessly that she didn't even notice them until her third pass. The spot where it touched the book was almost as seamless, and she couldn't even guess what held it in position. And on the front there were 3 circular indents, each about the size of a coin. Each had a pair of little symbols printed inside, in another unidentified script. Some kind of puzzle lock, huh? Like, I have to guess the right password or something? Marissa poked her finger into one of the indents. Nothing happened. She tried a few more, tapping out an aimless rhythm on them. Nothing happened. She tried pressing her thumb into it in case it wanted a thumbprint. Nothing. She patted along the desk until she found a scrap piece of paper, already covered in cramped notes written from a variety of angles, a few small stains, and one scorch mark. Squinting through the magnifying glass, she sketched out the unfamiliar characters from the indents. Once she was done, she checked them against the originals, then leaned over to leaf through a bookshelf's contents, looking for a book on runes that she vaguely remembered owning. It was time to get to work. And then, sunlight was falling across her face. Marissa jolted awake, as her slowly awakening mind realized that things were very wrong. The sun was up, for one. Her back hurt in 6 places. That one was easy to explain. She was lying on the floor, after all. Squinting and groaning, she pushed herself up and glanced at the clock. It was apparently 11 a.m. She cast a bleary gaze around the room. She was surrounded by books, most of them propped open by other books, shiny rocks, and whatever else had been handy. The hours of study before she'd passed out were trickling back into her memories. She'd recognized one of the symbols from a particularly old spell for preserving food. Trying to find more on it had led, unfortunately, to history books, and somewhere in there, she'd ended up reading transcriptions of old pottery fragments. There was a long, cooled cup of tea sitting next to her. She looked at it with distaste, a bit annoyed at herself for what she was even considering. But caffeine sounded good right now, and if she got up for breakfast, she was going to lose valuable research time. She downed the cold tea in one long, distasteful slurp, while her other hand grabbed her pages of notes. Her notes were cryptic. and had only gotten more so as the night progressed. At the very bottom, though, in scrawled writing of the sort that only happened late at night, while drunk, or both, she'd written, "It's high mythic Ahaidian. 1. Water and sky moon. 2. Wood and earth. The foundation that sleeps," or something on page 519. Pretty sure that means earth. Check that with the other book. 3. Metal and sun. She could vaguely remember writing some of that. Probably best to take her own word for it rather than retread 6 hours of research. It made sense anyway. Elemental magic was Patchouli's specialty, and dual elemental spells were hard enough to master that few other magicians bothered. If the lock needed those, Patchouli was the only one in Gensokyo who could easily open it. No fire, though. Figures. With a sigh, Marissa raised a hand and focused on a fingertip, drawing on half-forgotten techniques. The alien sensation of unfamiliar energy percolated through her body, jittering about in uncontrolled spurts. Focusing even more, she was able to coax it forward, sharpening it into a single point. A burst of pure moonlight sputtered out of her fingertip, with a near-total absence of any moonlight grace or beauty. It sort of looked like what would happen if flashlights could sneeze. But, small though it was, she could perform a moon spell. If she could just combine it with water, she was in business. It took 5 hours. Making a spell that combined moon and water elements didn't take long. She'd already figured out the moon part, and water magic always came weirdly easy to her. When the time came to cast it, the energy sputtered at the tip of her finger, sparks of pure elemental energy arcing off to ground themselves in nearby objects. Slowly, it built up a short, gleaming burst like mercury, splattered against the seal. The drops lingered for just a moment, sizzling as they melted away into silver mist. "Oh, thank you for the follow, Enyo VT. Our fates are now intertwined. Welcome in." Let's see, where was I? The seal glowed, and a little click came from within the lock. One down. Wood and earth were a little harder. Neither were elements she'd used at all, but she liked to think she understood them. It was still a long process to combine them into a single spell, and it wasn't a very impressive spell either. A shotgun burst of pebbles and tiny clods of dirt shot out, pinging harmlessly off the lock. Where they landed, delicate green vines started coiling out of them. The second seal glowed, and another click came from within. Sun and metal was harder than the other two combined. She was an expert at fire magic, of course, but thinking her way towards sun from that direction turned out to be difficult. Elemental forces of the sun were all about activity and life-giving, but a fire could totally do that too. After about an hour and a half of reading philosophical treatises on the differences between the two, she gave up and focused on just trying to brute force it. 100 subtle variants of fire and plasma erupted from her fingers before she pulled it off for the first time. Figuring out metal took another hour. Combining the two, cast toward the lock, was a long, painful, and difficult process, like trying to pull out a tooth with her bare hands. She squinted and grit her teeth in frustration. The energy kept bubbling forward, then dissipating before she could use it. Bit by bit, she coaxed it out. A little white-hot core of plasma, flecked with glistening metals, shot out. The heat was enough to make her flinch backward as it splattered against the lock. Drops of molten metal landed on her desk, sending up little streamers of smoke. The final seal glowed. The lock clicked and subtly shifted in place. Ha! All right. Really, Patchy. You should have known this kind of thing would barely slow down a real magician like me. Next time, maybe you'll... Marissa tried to tug the book open, but the lock was still clamped solidly in place. She'd seen before that it had a few layers stacked up on top of each other, and only the first layer, with the seals on it, was loose now. Already dreading what she was going to find, she grabbed the top plate and gave it a tug. It slid back, revealing a few thin posts that had held it in place. There was another mechanism on the next layer of the lock, a series of delicate concentric metal rings, all folded flat into a shallow indent. As soon as they were bared, they rose into the air, supported by a tiny lever from below. There was one big outer ring with a gleaming white bead on it. Within, at a different angle, a smaller ring held a blue bead. In the center was a larger yellow one, perfectly round and glowing like a candle flame. The air flickered. An illusion popped up in the middle of the mechanism, thin red lines linking some of the beads together and extending along their various axes. Smaller numbers showed the measurements of some of the angles. Marissa stared for a few seconds and then groaned. Well, fuck me. Research on an empty stomach wasn't going to get her anywhere. Before spending another second looking at the thing, Marissa paused to cook a meal. She didn't feel like she had the time to make something lavish either, though. Instead, she went the brute force option, a hefty salamander she'd been keeping around in a terrarium for just such an occasion. Stuffed with greens and very carefully pitted yew-berries, butchering a salamander was an art that couldn't be rushed unless you had a taste for toxic mucus. Once it was ready, though, she could throw it in the oven and come back a few hours later for dinner. The leftovers would keep her fed for a few days. Hopefully, she wouldn't need all that time. A book like this had to be valuable to Patchouli. Any moment now, a representative from the mansion could come knocking on her door. If she were smart, she'd just take the book to Reimu and see if her cheaty sealing powers could blow the lock open. But it was a challenge now, and Marissa Kurisame never backed down from a challenge. Once dinner was in the oven, she settled in to inspect the new lock. 3 hours later, she was sure of two things. First, it was an armillary sphere, of sorts, at least. The yellow bead in the center was obviously the sun, the blue bead was the earth, and the tiny white bead, though, was a mystery. Presumably finding it was the goal. Secondly, the angles weren't enough to locate whatever it was, at least not directly. There were enough measurements to confirm that the position and tilt of the Earth roughly matched the current season. With a mere 2 hours of work, there was even a little spot on the Earth that was presumably Gensokyo, with a measurement of its angle to the solar terminator line. Since the Earth bead wasn't spinning, that presumably meant it was displaying a fixed time of day. She had the angles to find the target from the sun, and if it was outside the solar system, the angle would be pretty much identical from the Earth. But she'd still need to figure out how that translated to viewing it from Gensokyo. After another 4 hours, Marissa had decided that astronomy was bullshit. She'd read entirely too much about terms like obliquity. She'd build another nest of books, and half of them weren't even about stars, but math and stuff. She'd do 20 minutes of math to figure out a single measurement, then check it against astronomy books to figure out what it even meant, then use that to start deducing another measurement. She'd found it, though. The little armillary sphere was displaying a time around 3:30 a.m., and whatever she was looking for, it would be at 121.8 degrees, 70.2 degrees in the night sky. She glanced at the clock. It was a bit after 2 a.m. now. Lucky her. Enough time for a snack and a quick bath. At 3:20 a.m., Marissa dragged one of her telescopes into the yard. She double-checked her calculated coordinates and pointed at the right area of the sky, but didn't dare to look through it just yet. Logically, 10 minutes wasn't a lot of time when it came to astronomy. Whatever she was looking for, it would already be pretty close to that spot. But there was magic in play here, so it was best to be safe. Who knew if this would even work if she did it the wrong time anyway? So, she busied herself for 10 minutes instead. She laid out a few star charts, but superstitiously avoided consulting them for the moment. She laid the book nearby and eyed the armillary sphere for any changes. When the moment came, she very carefully adjusted the telescope to the right of the coordinates, and after taking a deep breath, looked through the lens. She could see a few stars, but one was smack dab in the center. After watching it for about 10 seconds, she pulled back and looked at the book. So, what now? She wasn't really sure what the book might want. Well, she had one idea, but it felt very silly. Still, it wasn't like anybody would see. She lifted the book up and held it to the telescope's eyepiece. See? There's your star right there. The book, perhaps not unsurprisingly, didn't respond. Feeling a bit silly, she lowered it. This was starting to worry her. If the book depended on the specific window of time, who knew how long she'd be waiting to open it again? If she was lucky, it could still be a whole day before she got another shot. If she was unlucky... best not to think about that, really. Try something else. She held the book overhead, pointed it toward the star. Nothing happened. She gave the armillary sphere a poke. The outer ring wobbled, then adjusted back to its normal position. Oh, come on, you gotta give me something to work with here. With her free hand, she snatched up a star chart, glancing from it to the sky as she compared the two. So that thing below it is Taurus, which means that cluster up there is the Pleiades, which means that this star is, Alcyone? What's that supposed to mean, though? What's so special about Alcyone? Oh, hello, Lightning. Welcome in. Let me get that shout out real quick. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in. How was your stream? What did you play? Did you win? Did you have fun? Did you make friends? And for those who don't know me, I'm Lauren Haley, the Norn VTuber. This is actually my very first ASMR stream, and I'm reading some of my favorite fan fiction, because, I don't know, it seemed like a thing to do. I don't know. I hope it can be a relaxing, soothing experience for you. Excuse me, I'm dehydrated a little bit. All right. Where were we? So let's see, we were... What's that supposed to mean, though? What's so special about Alcyone? In response, a click came from the lock. The little armillary sphere collapsed down into its indent again. Another pause. We played Destiny 2 and just hung out and hit my 50 followers. Oh, hell yeah, that's so great. Congrats on 50, Lightning. Every little milestone counts. I'm very happy for you. You're on your way to affiliate. Hell yeah. What's important is you have fun. All right, let's see, where was I? Let's see, yeah. Marissa stared for a moment. All I had to do was say it? I could have just sounded 100 star names and... Okay, whatever. Let's see what you've got for me. She scooped the book up and tugged on the lock. The base was still secured to the book. Another layer pulled off, though, revealing another indent with another symbol inside. Oh, come on! The lock wasn't sympathetic to her protests, though. After waiting for another few seconds, dejected and tired, she sighed. I'll take a look in the morning. The symbol, which she hadn't quite been able to make out in the moonlight, was the alchemical symbol for Aqua Regia. She scowled at it all through breakfast. She'd had the book for a day and a half. The fact that nobody from the mansion had shown up to take it back was growing increasingly strange. Any moment now, Sakuya or Patchouli could bust down her door. Part of her was wondering if she shouldn't just go back on her earlier resolution and take it to Raymond. The thing was, she knew how to make aqua regia, in theory, at least. Alchemy was known to use it here and there, but where potion making was mostly a matter of getting your hands on the right ingredients, making aqua regia was rather more involved. It didn't just need rare ingredients, but also needed time and the right techniques. It was about as involved as making any of her explosives, except she didn't have the materials on hand and had never made it before. Oh, and it was a notoriously cantankerous mixture that heated up just from existing and emitted corrosive fumes. But that was practically an afterthought at this point. She was going to do it, though, she realized. She'd come too far to back out. Plus, the remaining lock was pretty thin. This had to be the last layer. One last hurdle, and the secrets of immortality or extraplanar travel or whatever was in this stupid book would be hers. Whoever had come up with Aqua Regia, they'd done a piss-poor job at making it accessible to witches living in fantasy realms in rural Japan. It was made of 2-component acids, aqua fortis and muriatic acid, each of which she would need to make out of other chemicals, some of which she would need to make out of other chemicals. It took her a few hours to figure out how to make both acids with ingredients she was actually confident she could find. Around noon, she set out to Genbu Ravine with a shopping list. An hour or so later, she flew home, about 10,000 yen poorer, with a basket containing a dried wad of niter, a chunk of copper, and a bottle of vitriol. The latter was carefully sealed and wrapped in a few layers of cloth, and she was still a bit uneasy about flying with it. Explosives were one thing. They were dangerous, but as long as you kept them away from fire, plenty of them were well behaved. Vitriol, on the other hand, didn't care about the circumstances and would eat your skin if you let it. She was just glad the Kappa had a supply of it, for whatever reason. Making her own would have taken days longer and involved hunting for some very particular minerals in the underworld. Getting the materials was the easy part, though. Making the final product was going to be harder. She opened every window in her workshop, tied a handkerchief over her mouth and nose, and put on a pair of gloves. She still treated the vitriol with the respect it was due, and flinched the one time she spilled a few drops. She just had to pour it over salt, pipe the resulting fumes through water, and she had her muriatic acid. As a bonus, by comparison, it was dilute enough that she probably wouldn't lose half the skin on a finger if she fumbled the container. The aqua fortis was even less dangerous, but it got its revenge by being a giant pain to make. It wanted some of her muriatic acid, and it took an hour, and it made an even weaker acid that she needed to distill even further before she was satisfied that it would work, which took another 2 hours. And once it was strong enough, fumes were a concern. Marissa wasn't sure how dangerous the fumes were, but she wasn't going to take her chances. That kind of thing was a good way to end up like Patchouli. She sat on the far end of the room, using a paper fan to urge the fumes toward an open window. Once she was satisfied that both acids were complete, she brought the book in, held her breath, and combined them. The resulting aqua regia wasn't much to look at, really, kind of an orange-reddish. It was hot, which was concerning. There were fumes. This stuff was angry. Best to get this over with so she could dispose of it then. Carefully, she sucked some of it up in a dropper. She lined the tip up with a little indent on the lock and gave the bulb a slow, measured squeeze. A single drop fell onto the lock. Whatever the lock was, the acid reacted, sizzling, and sizzling, and sizzling. Marissa stared at it, antsy. If this failed, she might have to flip the desk, and just how long could one drop react for anyway? The sizzling slowly died down, a few final bubbles rising to the top. The lock clicked. Yes! Her earlier caution was immediately forgotten. She pushed the flask of acid aside and yanked off her glove, The only precaution she took was tossing a dash of baking soda on the lock to neutralize the acid. As soon as it stopped reacting, she yanked on the lock. The whole thing came this time, leaving the book's cover bare. She'd done it. Whatever secrets it held were finally hers for the taking. She took just a moment to enjoy the sight, grinning. Then with reverent care, she pulled the cover open. The spine was still stiff from disuse, crackling in protest. Grabbing a small stack of pages, she flipped the book open to its middle so she could sample the contents. The page was blank. Both pages, really. Blank. Without a drop of ink or a marking of any sort. She flipped through a few pages. All blank. Her mind was already racing. Could this be another test? There were lots of ways to make nearly invisible ink, or hide words so they were only visible under a full moon or something. Or the pages might have been exposed to heat or the right chemical. There were lots of options, and sorting through all of them before she could think any further. The air near the center of the book shimmered. A phantasmal noise emanated from within. It sounded like a festive little kazoo. Multicolored confetti burst up out of the book and rained across the room. As it started pattering onto the desk around her, Marissa could only stare in slowly mounting disbelief. Marissa's return to the Scarlet Devil Mansion, 2 days after her grand theft, had none of the triumphant energy of her previous visit. She walked in the front gate. Mei-Ling silently opened it for her. Marissa was pretty sure that she spotted Mei-Ling wincing out of the corner of her eye. Nobody impeded her progress through the mansion. The few fairy maids she encountered all stepped politely aside, like they'd been told not to interfere. The library's doors creaked open. For once, she didn't worry that the sound might draw attention. She found Patchouli sitting at her desk, deep in a book. Patchouli didn't look up as she approached, even when she dropped the now unlocked book on the desk with a heavy thump. But a smile tugged at the corner of her lips. "Did you enjoy your reading?" she asked, without looking up from her book. "Yeah, real insightful stuff." Patchouli flipped a page. "I'm surprised, I'll admit. I thought it would take longer. The astronomy lock didn't give you much trouble then?" "I mean, it was a pain, but mostly it's just figuring out a lot of angles." "And the Aqua Regia?" "Annoying and kind of expensive. Not going to complain if you want to refund my money, by the way." Patchouli ignored her. "The Elemental lock was one of the easiest ones, and it still took me half a day." With a sigh, Marissa slumped down, flopping face first against the table. "I'll admit it, okay? You got me good. I really thought I'd stolen the secret of immortality or something." A few seconds passed in silence. Patchouli pressed her lips to Marissa's forehead in a soft, brief kiss. "You did well." Huh? By the time she looked up, Patchouli was already back in her seat, with her book sitting to the side. "Do you really think I'd make such a complicated lock just to tease you?" Kinda, yeah." "It was a test, Marissa. A test you completed 2 days earlier than I'd expected." Oh. It took a moment for Marissa to really grip what she was being told. "I guess that'll teach you to underestimate me, huh? You really ought to know by now that I'm reckless, lacking regard for the property of others, and prone to working yourself to exhaustion. If you did all of that in 2 days," Patchouli finished for her. "But a promising magician nonetheless, I can see that I've been wrong to treat you solely as an annoyance. You may be inexperienced, but you are my equal in potential." Oh. Marissa was, she realized, still flushing. Okay." Patchouli reached across the table. She was smiling. Patchouli never smiled. "Please make yourself comfortable, Marissa," she said, taking Marissa's hand. "There are several things that I'd like to discuss with you." And that's it. That's the whole story. That was quite a few words, actually. There's a whole bunch of words in that one, but yeah, I like that chapter. Because the author did a bunch of research for the little tests, obviously not for the magic one, but for the Aqua Regia, which apparently is a real thing that you can actually make. Sounds like a nightmare, but, you know. And I don't know, I like the idea of this sort of adversarial relationship and the surprise, like, no, she really does respect her, and she really does, she did the little magic test. Also, it's kind of gay, because I just like everything a little better if it's kind of gay, too. Yeah, this is a great fan fiction. The other chapters are also good. If you're a Marissa fan, it's got a little something it's probably got something for you, because it's got all her major ships represented. But yeah. How's everyone doing? What's going on with you? Because I don't have another fan fiction lined up. I could probably pull something. I could read more of this one. Although I can't help but feel like I can only get away with so much Toho. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of options. There's also just, if people want trigger stuff, if people want certain sounds, if people want to just listen and vibe, that's also perfectly fine. I don't know, I haven't figured out my, I guess, rhythm for an ASMR stream. Because I think that a lot of the ASMR stuff that I've heard is either sort of vibin', or a lot of the ASMR stuff that I've heard is like more, I guess, directed and more of a roleplay type thing. I don't know. It'd be interesting to try a roleplay thing. That kind of improv is not something I have experience with. I mean, I guess I sort of do through like Pathfinder, but that's different. Let me just adjust my positioning here a little bit. I can go back to being a bit more whispery. I can be a little bit more, focus a little more on the actual experience and not the words. Because the sound and the texture is what's important, right? That's what makes for a good ASMR stream. But yeah, let's see. I could actually just bring up a browser and we could have the autism hyperfixation ASMR experience. That's what everyone wants, right? That's what everyone wants to hear. Let's see. What other fan fictions do I got in my bookmarks? Or don't have in my bookmarks? Hey, Varen, how's it going? Welcome in, welcome in. Oh, is Highly already done? Although I know you lurk many streams. Oh, Highly's still going, I see. But yes, welcome in, how are you? I'm doing I felt like trying some ASMR, so I decided to just go ahead and do it. So this is my impromptu, off-the-cuff little ASMR stream. Are you a listener to ASMR? I'm curious how many people here are regular ASMR enjoyers. Who likes the asthmas? Let's see, I'm gonna look for more things to read out. Do the ASMR reading of some copy pastas. Do the missile knows where it is because it knows where it isn't. Actually, I probably could do that one. Let's take a look here. The missile knows where it is at all times. It knows this because it knows where it isn't. By subtracting where it is from where it isn't, or where it isn't from where it is, whichever is greater, it obtains a difference or deviation. The guidance subsystem uses deviations to generate corrective commands to drive the missile from a position where it is to a position where it isn't, and arriving at a position where it wasn't, it now is. Consequently, the position where it is now the position that it wasn't, and it follows that the position that it was is now the position that it isn't. In the event that the position that it is in not in the event that the position that it is in is not the position that it wasn't, the system has acquired a variation, the variation being the difference between where the missile is and where it wasn't. If the variation is considered to be a significant factor, it too may be corrected by the GEA. However, the missile must also know where it was. The missile guidance computer scenario works as follows. Because the variation has modified some of the information the missile has obtained, it is not sure just where it is. However, it is sure where it isn't, within reason, and it knows where it was. It now subtracts where it should be from where it wasn't, or vice versa. And by differentiating this from the algebraic sum of where it shouldn't be and where it was, it is able to obtain the deviation and its variation, which is called error. And this has been Lauren Haley reading The Missile. I hope everyone enjoyed. What else do we got? Oops. What else is there? Oh, that's not a bad... Let's see. I'm going to take a look at... Oh, you know what? I know what I'll read. I think I will read you all my favorite poem. It's not a very long poem. It is, in fact, quite short. This is The Tiger by Nail, age 6, from They're Singing a Song in Their Rocket. The tiger, he destroyed his cage. Yes, the tiger is out. That's it. I think it's neat. I just think it's neat. I just like it. Anyway. Oh, that's fun. Oh no. The temptation to just make mouth sounds. I don't know if that was fully successful, but that's supposed to sound like a cricket. Let's see. Well, I suppose this was only meant to be a little test, a silly little test stream. I could stop. But I kind of don't want to. When I start streaming, I'm just like, I just want to keep going. I just want to have fun. I just want to have fun with people. So what if, let's see, I could play something, but I feel like playing something wouldn't be very ASMR. I could play, unless I played something that's very, very vibey or slow and didn't require sound. The other option is that I could play something that, I mean, I could just adjust my setup and not do this as ASMR, but I don't know. I want to be able to make the ASMR part of the stream go well, so I think the way to do that is to commit. I have to commit to the bit after all. Oh, actually, I don't think anyone who's still here heard this before, so maybe I'll do some of the noises I was playing with earlier. Come here, you. All right. So here we're gonna play some fun noises. There's some nice little scrapies and just general actually I like that effect. I wonder if that's actually too loud. I should probably be careful with that. Oh dear. Comet! Well, welcome in, excuse me. Welcome in, Raiders. Hi, Comet. How's it going? Thank you so much for the raid. Let's see. So, for those who don't know me, my name is Lauren Haley, the Norn VTuber. I'm doing my very, very first ASMR stream tonight. I had sort of been saving it for a special occasion, but then my impulses got the better of me and I just did it. Because when I save things for special occasions, I get too stressed about them, so I figured it'd be better to just do it. Get the the Starmaid unloading passengers. Tara the Envy, welcome in. And Comet. Psst, psst. Hi, Lauren. Hi, Comet. How was your stream? What did you play? Did you win? Did you make friends? Did you have fun? One of those is the most important, but I won't say which. We all know in our hearts which one it is. But yes, how are you? How's your day going? Maybe this will make up for missing me the other day on Mimi's stream. Now it's just me. You have me all to yourself. I spent most of my stream experimenting with tech issues in Elite Dangerous on my Oculus, which is hilariously bad. Oh, well, hilariously makes it seem like you, seems like you still had fun with it, which is what's important. Yes, you had fun at least. Good. But yeah, that's interesting. I don't know much about Elite Dangerous other than it is space trucking, and it seems interesting. I bet it seems like the kind of game that would be fun to vibe in VR. I would love to be able to get into VR stuff. Although I don't know if, like, I don't know if there's really a good option for me that's like affordable, unfortunately. That was a titty slap. ASMR. That's the fun thing, is that anything I do, and I'm doing it with the setup, is technically that thing ASMR. Everything I'm doing right now counts as ASMR, probably. But here, have some scissors sounds. Everyone likes a little bit of scissors. I'm like deeply concerned because these are very sharp scissors, and if I cut my pop filter, I'll feel very silly. The Quest 2 is relatively affordable, but to do proper stream things, there's a silly amount of overhead in going from Steam VR to Oculus VR. Do not cut your pop filter. I don't know, maybe it'll be better, maybe it'll work better that way, I don't know. Maybe the fact that it's currently under tension is somehow causing it to work less good. That's not, logically, that doesn't make any sense. That's complete nonsense, but I don't know. I'm not a pop filter scientist. For all I know, it works better with a few holes in it. I will say one of my favorite examples of unhinged ASMR was from the Game Grumps. They were doing a 10-minute power hour, and they had one of those fancy, like, I think it was a 3DO, or it was that kind of microphone where with the silicone ears, and they were doing the scissors stuff. They were doing like a little fake haircut session, and then Aaron cut part of the silicone off with the scissors. I think about that moment a lot. It had a really good sound, to be fair. It sounded really nice. It doesn't make any logical sense, but it's coming out of your mouth, so you make it sound good. Well, I'm glad that you agree that I'm right, because that's the most important thing here, is that I'm right. Also, for those just joining who aren't familiar, over to my left, over to your left and my right, is Pierre the penguin, my child that I crocheted with my own hands, which, the more I've thought about it, the more that kind of makes sense, since my whole thing is I'm a fate weaver. That's something I could do in ASMR. I could talk about my lore, or I could do more of these tappies. Look at that tappy. How nice. I don't know why I said look at the tappy. You can't look at it. You have to listen to it. This is an audio experience. And hello, Smiley Ski 3000. Thank you for collecting your second Norn feather. And yes, for those who are newer here, I have a little one channel point redeem that is the daily login. It lets you find the little Norn feather. They're good luck. And if you get enough of them, nothing happens. Yeah, eventually I'll have something happen, but I don't know what that'll be. I thought about making so after certain cutoffs you had like ranks or titles, but then I'm just like, I don't know, that sounds like that would create divisions in the chat that I don't want. Then I thought, well, maybe I make it so you can spend the feathers or something. And that seems more promising. I just don't know what you would spend the feathers on. There's a friend of mine, Petrus, who has a similar setup, but he has it so he has a 10,000 point channel redeem, where what you do is it's basically a little gotcha where you throw your points in and you might get one of two books. And if you get both books, I believe, then what happens is you will be able to get some art with him, which does sound pretty neat. But he also enables that a little further by he weekly resets the economy and refunds all of his requests, which is not a thing I typically do. Although, you know what? I'm kind of down for some chaos. Maybe I will do that just for fun. I thought about if I have reasons to not, and I don't have any reasons to not is the thing. There are 0 reasons to not. Let's see. It just struck me that could be misinterpreted in certain ways, but that's not important right now. And incidentally, although I have been reading fan fiction, I don't think I will be reading any Omegaverse fan fiction, because I don't know that there's too much Omegaverse fan fiction that is suitable to read on Twitch. I'm pretty sure Twitch.tv is against most of the things that are what Omegaverse is all about. Which is a shame. I would be more than happy to share some of my favorites with y'all. I'm just looking through. Wait, where's the request queue? Did they move it? Am I silly? Did they move how you get to the request queue? Weird. Yeah, I was kind of wondering what manner of fan fiction you're going to read on Twitch.tv. Well, what you've missed so far, I've read 2 pieces of fan fiction. The first piece of fan fiction that I read the only piece of fan fiction that I personally have written. I read my fan fiction, Paid/Time Off, which is a Fate Grand Order fan fiction that I wrote while I was in the process of getting burnt out at work. And it's the entire fantasy of the fan fiction is the hideously overworked protagonist of Fate Grand Order finding out that because she is technically an employee, she is technically entitled to vacation time, and suddenly being thrust into a situation where she got a bunch at once that she didn't know she had. Because I think for anyone being crushed under the heel of capitalism, that is kind of a fantasy, is the notion of like, oh wow, I get a whole month off that I didn't have to like plan for. Damn, nice. Because yeah, my previous job was kind of rough in the sense that we had limited amounts of devs who could do things. I was one of 2. And on top of that, I one of them left. One of the employees left, and that employee was a workaholic. So when all of his work went to me, it was not just a normal share of an entire other person's work. It was a lot of an entire other person's work. And then we went through a massive internal change in our systems that I had to implement a bunch of things for, and it was just a whole mess. Basically, all this to say, I suddenly had about three people's work on my plate, and it just wrung me out. So I had to quit, and then I started streaming. So as hellish as that job was, if you are in any way a fan of mine, there is at least a small amount of gratitude you have to owe to the bad management at that place, because it means I was motivated to quit that job and actually start streaming, because I don't know that I would have gotten into this if I wasn't, completely unattached. Yes, there's some art. There's some lovely art that I could share with you. I had forgotten about that. So let's see. There's of course our cute little penguin friend. But I was working on something today. I was making some new emotes that are available on the Discord, but they aren't, they probably won't be available for Twitch, only because I don't think they're as good as the emotes that are already on Twitch. So maybe if I got more slots, I would use it, but as it is, it was mostly just fucking around, and I would probably take another pass at it. But let me see. Let me bring this up. When I was working on, because I make my emotes with posing software that I use to basically get my VTuber into position, and I basically use that to let's see. Okay. Yeah, I basically use that posing software and then some other stuff to create my emotes. The only two emotes not made in this way are the Lawrence Bean, which was made by the wonderful You Girl Scout, and the Lorne Awkward, which was made by the wonderful Desdemona VT, who are both wonderful, and both made me really cool things. Yay. Anyway, I'm going to call this Glitch Hot, because that's what it is, and we're going to go ahead and grab you, and we're going to go ahead and let's do the first one. So I was working on an emote, and then I was looking at some of the post-processing effects available through my posing software to take sort of the image that would become the emote. And what ended up happening was there was, for some reason, there was kind of an interesting, we'll say, interaction with one of the sliders that I kind of started messing around with. So, I ended up making this, which, terrifying. But yeah, I don't know, I kind of ended up liking it though, so I'm gonna go ahead and put it over here somewhere, I think. We'll just move you down into the background as well. But yeah, this is my lovely art project that it got there somehow. I've got to pop off here to take care of my nesting partner. Have a good stream. Well, you have a lovely rest of your evening. Thank you again for the raid, and thank you for showing up. It's always lovely to see you comment. And I hope your nesting partner as well. But yes, I'll see you around. It's always a joy to have you here. Let's see. What else do we have going on? I showed you my art project. Please respond. I showed you my crochet. I kind of like this as the sort of creative polls that I have. We have the very cute and normal crochet penguin, and then we have terrifying glitch nightmare, and those are the two. I can be your angel or your devil. That's me. That's Lauren. Let's see. I'm gonna go. I want to find some kind of activity, because as it is, it's, I'd say, taking a little while to, like, I'm fine to talk, but I don't want to pressure anyone to chat with me. And it seems like the lurkers are content to lurk, and we love lurkers here, so I would never try and force a lurker to stop lurking, and because, I don't know, it's important. Yay. So I'm gonna find a new thing to do. But at first I'm gonna hydrate, because that's important. Okay, let's see. It's so weird being this, like, close up on the microphone. Usually I keep a pretty healthy distance, but in this case, this is the kind of vibe we're going for. So let's see. A browser game is not really going to work. Oh, I guess I had a thought, and I don't like the thought, because I'm like, oh, what kind of games are the games that you can just vibe to? And I don't think this applies to most people. I don't think most people find Jump King very vibey, but I tend to. Let's see. Oh, you know what? I could do more. We have a lot of options. I could do a visual novel. I could actually do what the stream title says and read more fan fiction. Although, let's see, if no one suggests new fan fiction to read, then what's going to happen is I'm going to just go with my preferences, which I like to think I have good taste. But I also think that, in spite of the fact that I have good taste, it is also somewhat esoteric, or rather, it is particular, so perhaps other people won't be as invested or interested. But yes, we're going to look through. I'm going to go back to my bookmarks, and I'm going to see if we can't find something that's appropriate. So this is going to be a meta version of fanfic ASMR. This is going to be Lauren goes through her bookmarks and explains fic by fic, fanfiction by fanfiction, why she isn't reading that one. So starting off, I'm not going to name any of these because I don't want anyone to have such an accurate read of my tastes. But starting off, we have an original work that is straight up smut. Can't read it. Following that, we have a Ruby work that is straight up smut. Can't read it. Following that, we have another original work. This one of the Omegaverse variety that is just straight up smut. Can't read that. Okay, this is going to take a while because a lot of these are going to repeat themselves. Because, I read things. I read things I like. Let's see. Oh, this one is Oh, this is an actual T for teen kind of work. We have a let's see. We have a trans-flavored Legend of Zelda one. But you know what? We might. Maybe I'll read some trans-linkle fan fiction. I mean, why not, right? Let's see. Let's see, a trans metaphor, but also trans one where a guy gets turned into a lamia that's actually very wholesome and heartwarming. We have... Nope, no. Ooh, definitely not. Something that was there but got erased, so that's no good. We have one of my favorite Love Live fan fictions that is, for various reasons, unreadable. And it's not even, I'm not even touching on the things that are unreadable, not just because they are inappropriate for Twitch, but the ones that are inappropriate for the fact that they're way too long. What to do? We could do... You know what? Let's get to one of these. Let's look up a little. I have extensive knowledge of the search system and archives of our own. I am very familiar with how to find the exact kind of stories that I'd want to read, but the problem with that is that I don't trust reading a random fan fiction for the first time on stream. That requires a level of bravery that I do not have. Alright, let's see. So what do we got here? I don't know, the more I'm looking at these, the more I'm like, is this what I want? Is this truly what I want? Is this what I want, what I really, really want? I feel like Spice Girls references are too old now. Tragic. I could find more... Oh, I could find more things to do ASMR type stuff with, though. I do have I have a lot of instruments that I kind of wonder if they would be good for that. Perhaps. I do have somewhere. Where did I throw it? Oh dear, I bumped my pop filter. There we go. Nice something with some nice plastic clicks and tappies while we're waiting. Because I like having a Balisong little butterfly knife trainer that no blades, no metal on this one. This one's just a casual, like, I can do it at night without any annoying metal rattling. I can do it without accidentally cutting myself, which is always a good quality to have. There's a lot of options here. Let's see. We also have... I could keep reading Thief of Hearts, since people seem to enjoy it, and Honestly, any excuse to indoctrinate people into Toho is probably worth it now that I think about it. Still, in this moment, I feel like I'm being mildly punished, I'll say. I'm experiencing the karma of not really reading safe for work fan fiction very often. Although we could read the some of that Persona 5 fan fiction. I mentioned it earlier, which is a reasonably short one and funny. Not bad at all, really. But yeah, we have a lot of options. We have many, many things that we could be doing. Or I could just keep talking about nothing at all. I don't get the feeling that, or rather, I do get the feeling that as long as I keep the sound texture up, the substance isn't irrelevant, but it isn't the most important thing in this kind of stream. And you know what? Maybe instead of... I'll get to more fan fiction. That's still on the agenda for sure. But maybe in this moment, what I think would be nice is maybe let's try something. Let's try a little experiment. Let's try something fun. Let's ask everyone here to focus on my voice, which shouldn't be too hard. It's the only thing that's terribly dynamic right now in the soundscape. And I'm going to ask you to take a big breath in. Just a big breath in. And hold it for a little bit. And let it out. And relax. And feel yourself relax. And feel yourself slip a little bit more into a resting position. As much as you can. And let's take another one of those big breaths. Let's go in. And out. There we go. Just try and let some tension go. I'm going to guess that everyone here has a little bit of tension. I feel nowadays, hard not to have a little or maybe indeed quite a bit of tension. And I think it's worth being able to let that go sometimes. So yeah, just take a moment, let your mind go. Don't think about one thing, don't feel like you have to think about nothing. Just let your mind wander where it wants to go. Or you can stay here with me in my voice. Either way. Just don't try and focus. Just let your mind be where it will. Be whatever it is for a little while. And take a nice, deep breath. And there we go. So, there is something that I had been wanting to try for a while, and there's something that I think dovetails quite nicely with I would say, quite nicely with the ASMR experience. Now, I've not been able to practice this in person before. I have been the recipient of hypnosis, but I think it would be quite fun to see if I could induce it in other people. Now, I don't think that is necessarily going to be easy to accomplish because I don't have any experience in it, and indeed I don't have enough experience with audio-only hypnosis things. But I think there are any number of scripts that would work quite nicely. And I think that might be something nice. Not hypnosis for any nefarious purpose either. Just hypnosis to plant a little trigger that, will help you relax and help give you energy when it's time to be awake and energetic, and help you relax when it's time to relax. The kind of hypnosis that helps you reach that state of mindfulness, that sort of chilled out space where you can sort of let anxiety float away for a little while. Because I think that that's important, and for some people, they can achieve that space through subspace, which is, a kink thing, and that's wonderful and fun and lovely, but I also don't think that I'm doing the kind of stream where I'm going to be inducing that in anyone right now. So I think the other option is, and the option for people who are not necessarily prone or interested in achieving subspace, there's hypnosis, which I think is both interesting and fun, and also just, it's something that I believe that there are studies that show that in the same way that subspace and the same way that mindfulness and meditation, a lot of these things all sort of take you into similar spaces that all sort of help you find a point of calm, and they're all good for the mind. It's good to let go. It's good to not try and be in control sometimes. Not just in a kinky kind of way, but in a general, like, you can't control everything in life, and that's okay. No one should be expected to have to control everything in their life. And if you feel like you need to have control of something in your life, that's also okay. It's scary to think that nothing is in your control, but sometimes you need to exercise what agency you have, not to be, not to use that control in a malicious way, but just to feel like you have something that is your own and not be so lost in the world. Because I think it's very easy to feel overwhelmed, and I think it's very easy to find that the feeling that you'll never be able to catch up, or you'll never be able to go where you want to go in life unless you're in control, that if you don't have the ability to have some level of agency on the world around you, that you can't basically go where you want to be or be who you are. And there are instances where that's going to be a hard thing to fix, and there are instances where maybe it's okay to let go, or maybe it's okay to get there when you get there. Obviously, I can only talk in vague levels of this because I don't know, every single problem that someone might be stressing out over right now. I can guess at a lot of it. I think a lot of people have stress over money. I think a lot of people have stress over, not having time for things that they want to have time for. I know that's something I stress about, even though I'm fucking unemployed. But, yeah, I don't know. There's just a lot. Anyway, I'm kind of rambling at this point. I'm gonna get some more water. Very nice, very nice. So let's see, let's take a look. We're going to... I could... You know what? I'm kind of tempted. I'm anxious to read the fan fiction that I'm very, very excited about and like a lot, because I'm worried that if it's something that other people don't agree about, they will think that I'm lame, which is a silly fear, because there's plenty of people that I know and love that like things that I'm not a particular fan of, and I don't think that they're lame for it. Or sometimes I might think that it is an adorable thing about them, that they're into things that I'm not into. But the assumption that people would apply that same logic to me doesn't pan out. So I can only assume that it isn't true. Let's see. I did have an idea for reading a fan fiction, and I've already forgotten it because I'm terrible. I'm actually gonna keep rambling a little bit. I'm gonna just keep talking a little bit because I do want to keep looking for a fan fiction that's worth reading, even if it's a single chapter of one, to maybe get more people to read one that I think deserves the attention, or if it's just, just something to have words, because we need words. I need words. Oh, there's like tension in my neck. That's not good. Really, truly, I wish I could just show y'all, like, I don't know, my favorite manga one-shots or something, because, like, it's one thing to be like, oh, yes, I'm going to suggest you read this series or something, but if it's a one-shot, it's like, I just want to show you. I just want to show you the things I like. Yes, this was surprise. This was a girlfriend roleplay ASMR the whole time. Because the way that I express my love is by sending people all of the things that I like. Because all I know how to do is to be like, I am very heavily a person made of the references to the things that I like in the media I consume, and I need to share that with someone to feel closer to them. So, yes, the Lorne GFE roleplay ASMR is just me excitedly sending you 40 links to different Yuri series and to different fan fictions, and to a bunch of wiki pages for a gacha game that you don't play, to show you all of the characters I like and tell you excitedly about all the things that there are about those characters that I like. Which is, if you think, wow, that sounds exhausting, then we might have a compatibility issue. But you know what? I'm willing to look past it. Let's see. I just keep looking for a fan fiction that's like the one, Somewhere in these bookmarks of mine, I'm gonna see a fan fiction and be like, yeah, this is the one to read. This is the one that's gonna be perfect. And really, all I have to do is pick a long one, and I can basically read it until the end of time. But I don't want to do that because, one, it's like, I don't want to commit all in on a fanfic that people aren't going to be into. I'd much rather flit around between multiple. Okay, I am going to just start tabbing out some of the ones that are promising. Well, maybe promising, because I don't know how much you all want to hear this Les Miserables Cosette / Eponine fanfiction that I found. because truly, when I say that I like a rare pair, even if it doesn't make sense, I mean it. I also have a Naruto fanfiction with Sakura/Ino that involves time travel and is generally cute. We have that available to us as well. These are all fanfictions that are general audience appropriate, which is kind of a rarity. There's that Persona 5 fanfiction I mentioned before, which I think I might indeed read. There is one. This one's a little too long, I think, but there's this is more of a vindication of my childhood, I guess. This is a Teen Titans, like the animated show. Before Teen Titans Go, there was the older Teen Titans animated show on Cartoon Network, and someone did a very good Raven and Starfire from that show, and it's good because it involves the larger DC universe in a way that show did not. And I think that's neat. Let's see. There is a very long one. There is a fan fiction that is 49,000 words, which is functionally a novella. And that's not readable on this stream unless I wanted this to be a marathon stream. However, it is, in fact, really good, and I could just read the first chapter for my very favorite Fire Emblem Three Houses coffee shop AU featuring Edelgard/Rhea, which is a pairing that I think a lot of people instinctually do not like because of very valid reasons, and I don't care because it's good. It's good. I'm gonna break. It's good. That's all that matters. It's good. Anyway, let's see. Let's keep looking through what I have. We have. Also, I hope you like the sound of vocal fry because, my voice is becoming just vocal fry and not much else. So I hope that's relaxing to you. I hope you like it. Let's see. We have. There are a few stories that are. Probably they are rated explicit, but if I just don't read the explicit parts, they're probably fine, actually. Because, it's. If I read a fan fiction that has a sex scene and I just don't read the sex scene, that's gotta be fine. Right? Like, you don't get in trouble for referencing porn, or else that would be ridiculous. If I can't make jokes about lemon stealing whores on fucking twitch.tv, what am I even doing? Yes. Sometimes I look at the fan fictions that I've bookmarked and I realize that I bookmarked those fan fictions not because they were really getting the old engine revving, but because they were so weird and out there that I was like, I have to be able to access this a second time. Truly, I wish I could share some of that with you because I love showing people weird and challenging works, but unfortunately, again, bound by terms of service, maybe that's something, because, I've been looking at other platforms so I can stream certain games that are not appropriate for Twitch. But it might be fun to include not only that, but to also include the general range of fan fiction that I can't read here because there sure is a lot, but that would also require actually reading the smut aloud, which is kind of cringe. So, hard to say. It's really hard to tell what would be the right move there. Oh, this one's good. Sometimes, I feel like I am very blessed in the sense that I have friends that when I read a really spicy fanfic or not even fanfic, sometimes it's original work, so it's just when I read some good smut and I'm like, damn, this is really good, I wish I could share it with someone. I have friends that we just send smut to each other. If you're a smut reading, a smut consuming kind of person, and you don't have a friend that you can send smut to and exchange smut, if it's doable for you, I highly recommend it. It's a lovely feeling to have a fellow pervert to be like, yo, check out this smut. Look what they do in this thing. Goddamn. And they're like, nice. Hell yeah. And you're like, hell yeah. It's good. It's a wholesome. No, it is a wholesome experience because it's friends. It's friends being friends. It's friends uplifting each other through the power of smut. How could it not be wholesome? How could it not be wholesome? Ooh, okay, this one's definitely not wholesome. Honestly, I would be tempted to give y'all a live feed of my this Chrome tab where I'm just looking through my bookmarks, but also no, never. No, never. Let's see. Oh, there's some very good Arknights fanfiction that would also. This is another problem I have with fanfiction and recommending fanfiction to people, is that oftentimes the fanfiction that I enjoy is for series that people are not into. So like, I can't get people into Arknights, which is understandable. It's a tower defense gotcha. It's got a lot of writing. The plot takes a little while to get good. And it's just the things that I really love about it are things that aren't, you can't point to one place and be like, experience this, and then you'll understand the thing that I love. No. Because it is the thing that I love for the wholeness of it, the entire part of it. Oh shit, found that Zelda fanfic that I was looking for earlier, so maybe we will do that. Maybe I'll save that if a certain someone raids us. Let's see. Nope, can't do that. A work that was tragically ended too soon. It's so scary. You might have your favorite fan fiction bookmarked, but there's always the chance that the author just yanks it and then it's gone. And like, there's plenty of things that are officially published that, people hold on to things, people pirate things. There's ways to get a hold of many things on the internet. But like, AO3 fan fiction, there's so much that like, if it's deleted, that's it. And you can use the Wayback Machine for some of it, but like, I'm pretty sure if I deleted my fan fiction at this point, I don't know that that's on the Wayback Machine. I don't know if there's a way to find it. So I feel like I could actually delete that, and from a preservationist standpoint, it's gone forever. That's lost media. Which, my fan fiction is not like, that's not a big deal. That's not a big deal if that is lost media, but, for fan fictions that are more powerful and good, I think it is much more of a thing. Let's see. Oh, shout out to this one fan fiction that in Final Fantasy XIV, in Shadowbringers, after you complete a certain dungeon, there is an NPC who has a little side quest for you. And in doing that side quest, you find out that this lady is like, oh, there's this very dashing elf woman who is using a rapier and magic, and oh, she's so cool and handsome, and basically she has a crush on Alice, and someone was like, that NPC deserves their own fan fiction. It's pretty good. It makes some choices that I'm kind of like, you had a very specific thing that you wanted to be in here, and since it's just your fan fiction, no one could stop you, and I respect that. But like, interesting. All right, so let's see. We have, oh, this one's cute, and I think's pretty safe. This one's just a cute little nuts and bolts fic. We got some monster fucker hours. What else do we have? Oh, we have some fan fiction that is based out of ancient Chinese mythology, which is pretty fun because someone looked at the story about the green snake and the white snake, and they were like, but what if the snakes were lesbians? What if the snakes were sapphic? What if they were gay? And I think that the answer that they arrived to is righteous and good. I think it was a good question to ask. Ooh. I wish I had a more mobile microphone so y'all could hear some of these terrible bone cracking sounds that my body is making right now. Ooh, oh, there's a little. I can get the curl the fisting type cracking easily enough, but it's when you interlace your fingers and flex them out, that's the good shit. But it doesn't, it's not all the time that you can access that one, but when you get it, I really hope I can catch one while I'm still going, because I feel like that's just going to be like, delicious. That's no good. We have some Widowmaker and Tracer. I like that there's Widowmaker and Tracer fanfiction that was like a thing ever since their trailer came out. But then after they announced that, oh, Lena's Tracer is a lesbian, everyone was like, hell yeah, we knew that. And then they're like, and she has a girlfriend. They're like, hell yeah. And then they're like, it's this rando named Emily, and everyone was just like, no, because it wasn't Widowmaker, and so there's fan fiction. There's Widow Tracer that was written before Emily, and there's Widow Tracer that's written after. That's very like spiteful towards Emily, very angry towards Emily, which I don't think is a fair thing. It's not her fault that she is a appeasement token. But like, it's funny, the specific energy of it. It's just such a funny thing. Anyway, let's see. Oh, let's see. Oh yes, this very, very, very good Mount Lady and Midnight from My Hero Academia fanfiction that I think is pretty good. And actually, this one's readable. This one's both short and completely appropriate for Twitch. Hell yeah. I'm into it. Let's see, not this one. No, we're gonna figure it out. I'm collecting a nice little. Considering how long it took to read the one chapter of the Toho fanfiction, I think we're in pretty good shape. This one I wish I could. I really wish I could read it, but unfortunately not appropriate for the stream. Let's see. I think, oh, well, we're at the end of the list anyway. I was about to say, I think we have a good collection, so we can stop going through my bookmarks for now, but there is, in fact, no need for that because we reached the end of my bookmarks. Let's see. Not this one. Let's see. Let's see. Okay, let's do this one. My likelihood to read these is really starting to be inversely proportional to how much I like them because of the deep vulnerability of reading something that I really like for all of y'all. It's embarrassing. I didn't think it would be this embarrassing. But here, all right. So we're going to read a Persona 5 fanfiction. This fanfiction is titled Wake Up, Get Out of My Apartment Before My Sister Sees You. It is a fanfiction shipping Nijima Sae and Takemi Tai, the investigator lawyer lady that arrests you and interrogates you, and the shady doctor. So let's enjoy that. All right. The Nijima's home was usually quiet around this time on the weekends. Makoto tended to sleep late when she didn't have classes to worry about, and Sae was either already at the office or, on the days that she actually did get to take off, sleeping as well. 8:30 a.m. on a Sunday was a time that almost never saw any activity. Today was the rare exception to that rule. Two women sat at the kitchen table, both of them looking like they'd gotten up in a little bit of a rush. Hair was still a touch messy, makeup was entirely absent. Sae Nijima herself was wearing her pajama shirt, and Tai Takemi was, rather tellingly, wearing the same clothes she had been wearing the night before. Leather jacket hanging over the back of her chair. Takemi's hands were cupping a mug of coffee, painted red nails tapping against the porcelain. Sae, meanwhile, was sitting there with nothing but an impatient look on her face. Do you really have to drink this here?" she asked. A smile tugged at Takemi's lips as she raised the mug up, savoring another sip before bothering to answer. "Where else am I supposed to get a cup of coffee this good?" the doctor replied. "Nobody else brews it like you do, Sae-chan. I made it from one of those pods. You could literally find it at a grocery store." "You know, if I didn't know any better," Takemi chuckled, "I would think you were trying to get rid of me." Sae groaned at the comment, slumping down slightly in her chair. "You know it's not like that," she replied. "It's just..." The attorney trailed off at that point, glancing down the hall towards the still-shut door to her sister's room. "It makes my life easier." It wasn't like Makoto didn't know, of course, and even Sae knew that she knew. But it was still one of those things that was easier not to acknowledge whenever possible. They preferred to dance around the topic as much as they could, instead of facing things head-on. While Takemi could understand that, she was also starting to grow just a little bit tired of being treated like Sae's dirty little secret. "She's in college, you know," Takemi pointed out. "I think she's old enough to handle something like this." "That's easy for you to say," Sae replied. You're an only child. Besides, it would be different if you weren't her doctor. Takami finished. I guess I could understand. Mako-chan not wanting to get a physical from me when she knows where else my hands have been. Tae! Sae hissed, shooting the other woman a glare while keeping her voice just low enough that it would hopefully keep from disturbing her sister. Judging from the shit-eating grin on Takami's face, though, it seemed like that was exactly the sort of reaction she had been hoping for. You're right, she replied. I always make sure to wash them thoroughly. You know that's not what I'm upset about. I never know what you're upset about. If I were licensed to perform surgery, I could get that stick out of your ass myself. But as is, I'll have to write you a referral. Whatever biting remark Sae was about to make in response was cut off by the clicking of a handle, and her eyes shot back down the hall as she watched the door to her sister's room start to open. Makoto stepped out, already looking dressed up enough to make it seem like she intended on going out. When she looked up and saw Takami sitting at the table beside her sister, though, Makoto froze, floundering for a few seconds while her morning brain tried to figure out the appropriate way to react in this situation. Good morning. She eventually managed to stutter, gaze flicking back and forth between a very smug-looking Takemi and a very embarrassed-looking Sae, all while she tried to pretend that she couldn't immediately figure out exactly why Tae Takami was sitting at their kitchen table next to her half-dressed sister at 8:30 a.m. on a Saturday. It's good to see you, Mako-chan, Takami hummed, seeming entirely too comfortable with the situation for Sae's liking. Has school been going well? Yeah, well enough, Makoto replied, forcing a small, stiff nod. I'm glad to hear that. I haven't seen you in a while, you know. You shouldn't slack on your physicals. Right, Makoto agreed. I'll schedule one soon. At this point, Sae was white-knuckling her fingers into the edge of the table, praying that Takami would cut her sister loose. But it seemed like the doctor was having a little bit too much fun, feeling like a shark circling her prey. Speaking of which, are you feeling all right? Takami asked, creasing her brow and putting on a tone of mock doctorly concern while leaning over the table a bit. Your cheeks seem a bit flushed. No, I'm fine, Makoto hastily insisted, shaking her head to try and divert attention from just how clammy she actually felt at the moment. I just didn't realize you were here, she admitted. She was helping you with the case last night, Sae blurted out. Unconvincing, as the lie was, Makoto still seemed entirely willing to believe it, until Tae, lips pressed against the edge of her mug as she went in for another sip of coffee, decided to speak up. The case of the best way to make your sister come, she murmured. Tae! Sae shouted, slamming her hands down on the surface of the table. We solved it. Well, anyway, Makoto cut in, power walking past the table as fast as she could. I was planning on meeting up with the others in a bit. I'll get breakfast on the way there. Grabbing her jacket from the hook by the front door, she was suddenly out in the hall, calling out to Sae, bye, sis, see you soon tonight, love you. And then the door was slamming shut, and Tae was letting out a frustrated groan as she buried her face into her hands. You're not allowed in my apartment ever again, she warned. Understandable, Takami replied, still looking entirely too proud of herself. We'll just have to limit ourselves to examination room sex from here on out. That wasn't, believe me, Sae-chan, Takami chuckled. You'd be surprised at how many different ways I can use a stethoscope. And that's it. That's the fic. I don't know. I like someone who's that comfortable being that much of a shit in a situation where they're kind of justified to be a little bit of a shit, and they actually don't care that much, but they are choosing to be a shit on purpose for fun. I just like that energy. as I say with all things, I just think it's neat. Sorry about that. I just had a little tiny thing to fix up. All right. We are another fan fiction down. And I'm surprised that I'm managing to live up to the promise. I thought that one was going to be. I thought reading the fan fiction I like would be too embarrassing. I should have. You know what I should have done? I should have asked people to tell me the fan fictions they like, and then I would be responsible for what I was reading. That's a smart move. It's a smart move, less vulnerable, but maybe less fun. All right, I'm gonna just do a quick little something. Man, that water bottle cap really is just loud wherever it is in the room. Damn. Anyway, we have... I was thinking of maybe reading the first chapter of 16, but even that's... that's both long and involves multiple text conversations that I feel like it's not... This is a fan fiction that has a visual element to it that is probably best not removed. So, I think I will pass on this, but I will simply recommend for anyone with an open mind and a little time to try maybe a chapter or two of If You Ask for a Cup of Water, They Will Give It to You for Free by Kibitzer. It is a Fire Emblem Three Houses fanfiction featuring the pairing of Edelgard and Rhea, and I think it's really good because, in the same vein that I appreciate the previous fanfiction for the energy of someone being a shit when they don't have to be, but also not being terribly damaging about it, this has a similar energy, but kind of more ridiculous. I like it a lot. It's one of my favorite fan fictions, so if anyone's curious, that's something that I think is worth trying. Plus, I'm pretty sure it should be easy to search up because I don't think too many other fan fictions have that title. And moreover, I'm pretty sure that, I don't know, it's easy to remember. Anyway. This was not a bookmark. This was instead something I read once and thought it was kind of cute. And that was kind of it. So I was just sort of like, I remembered it, and then I was like, oh yeah, this is good. This seems like an appropriate thing to read on a stream, I guess. Although this one's longer than I thought, actually. This is kind of... We'll save this. We'll save the long one for later. It's a fan fiction where Link is trans. It's pretty divorced from the canon of Zelda in a lot of ways, but like most, that's, as far as I'm concerned, just how fan works are for anything shipping Zelda and Link. The Zilink ship operates off of heavy lifting from the fans and aesthetics and nothing else. Let's see. Okay, we have this one. Yeah, I think I'll read this one. This one's of reasonable length. It's very cute. It's very appropriate. And I think it should be pretty accessible. I'm going to make the guess that a lot of the people, at least some of the people here, have read or watched My Hero Academia, and the two characters involved here are introduced pretty early on, so this should not be too difficult to keep up with. This is a fan fiction called Idle Banter. Idle spelled like a singing idol, like the singing dancing kind of idol. It is written by Lilibel. It is a My Hero Academia fan fiction that ships Mount Lady and Midnight. I think it is very cute. And I guess the only context worth mentioning is that in My Hero Academia, these two characters, the only time they're shown interacting is on basically TV programs where they snipe at each other and have a kind of a petty relationship that is encouraged by the hosts for content. But yes. Oh, and I guess for the purposes of the story, Mount Lady is also known as Yu, like Y-U-U, and Midnight is also known as Nemuri. So yeah, that's just an extra thing. So let's read it. Let's get into it. You knew the drill. When she was scheduled to be on a show with Nemuri, she was expected to poke at the older pro hero, make snide remarks, backhanded compliments, and overall be rude and goad her into fighting back. The public ate up pretty ladies fighting like nothing else. It gave shows good ratings, and hell, it even helped you a bit with publicity to be someone bold enough to fight with such a prominent hero when she was just starting her own career. Sometimes it was almost even a little fun to bicker with Nemuri. A couple of years had gone by, and none of that had changed. So, when she got into costume and sat down on a comfy chair near Nemuri as the show started, they never spoke to each other until the host started to ask questions or make remarks. Lately, the silence was starting to unnerve you a bit. But no matter. She knew the act she had to put on once those cameras came on and the live audience settled down. It was going to be a short segment anyways, so she didn't have to keep it up for long. The cameraman counted down on his fingers, and on cue, the show host started talking. He went through his usual spiel, introduced the two lovely ladies sitting next to him, as if people didn't already know. So recently, you two were on the scene of a crime to deal with the villains, right? The man asked. Smile so fake, it was almost a little painful to look at. Quite the surprise team-up. Nemuri nodded. We happened to be in the area at the time. I usually don't work in that prefecture, but I was called over there to deal with something else. Ooh, cryptic, he laughed. You can't reveal any details, can you? A smile pulled on her lips, head slightly tilting. I am a lady of many secrets, she said, the purr in her voice a deliberate ploy to make people wonder just what those secrets were. Maybe someone very luckily could pull those secrets out, or at least fantasize about it. Effortlessly sexy as always, you thought. Briefly, she realized that she should have made a jab at that, roll her eyes at Nemuri's ridiculous words and remind her that she isn't that special. Everyone had secrets, after all. Well, it was a good thing you were in the area. No casualties, minimal damage to the surrounding area. You two make quite the duo when you're in action. The compliment was empty, and you anticipated what he'd segue into next. Though, Mount Lady, you had to be saved by midnight, right? The synthetic, pitying smile made her more mad than his words. Nemuri had saved her. You almost had a knife plunged into her back, having already turned back into normal size, and thinking the fight was over. Then Nemuri had lunged at her, but her outstretched hand wasn't for her. Instead, the man behind you got a blast to the face by Nemuri's quirk. The wound the knife could have caused would have left you dead, if not paralyzed for life. Shock had silenced her from thanking Nemuri, and the rush to double-check the area left her without another chance. For being such a long-time rival, how do you feel about being saved by her? Must be a little irritating, huh? You knew what she should have said. The fight she should have started about how she didn't need to be saved. Then Nimue would argue back, and the show would get the spat that they wanted. As much as she tried to pretend, she was growing tired of the act. Glancing down at her lap, you shook her head. Actually, I'm really grateful. She didn't need to look at the host to know he was definitely caught off guard. Oh, usually you'd respond with a little more fire. The host was quick to recover, not too much surprise. Did being saved by her change your feelings? Even at this point, you could pick the act back up, claiming she was grateful, but her feelings hadn't changed, which they really hadn't the more she thought about it. You shook her head again. I've actually always admired her. Her voice felt small. If it weren't for the mic on her, the audience probably wouldn't have heard what she said. Before I graduated, I wanted to be like her. She's always been so confident and beautiful. People judge her for the brand she puts out, but she's always done her job. Who doesn't want to be beautiful and kick-ass at the same time? She looked up from her lap to the host, flashing a smile and trying to bring back the boisterous energy she was known for. Even if no one realized, this was probably the closest she'd ever get to confessing her feelings. From the audience in front of her, she heard murmurs and soft ahs. The Murray to her right was dead silent. The host laughed, a disbelieving sound. Really? He balked. His surprise was probably the most genuine emotion he's shown all night. I never would have guessed from the way you two fight. That first interview, I had actually meant to be more playful than rude, you said sheepishly, running a hand through her hair. I was meeting one of my idols, so I was nervous, you know? I was too afraid to back down after I realized the way I was coming off, and it just spiraled. It became our dynamic, and I didn't know how to change it without looking fake. Wow, he shook his head in amazement. When he looked over at Nimue, you felt her stomach drop. Midnight, did you realize any of this? You didn't look over to see her face, but the weight of the pause killed her. Her reply was slow and calculated, like she was still processing everything that was said. I didn't. I knew she wasn't all bad, but when it came down to it, she's a hero and she fulfills her duty as such. The interview didn't go on too much longer. Most of the questions were directed at you. Menial things such as how long she's been a fan of Midnight or where she thought their relationship was going to go now. I'm hoping we can be interviewed together and not fight, though I do got to admit, sometimes the banter was fun when it felt playful enough. You laughed weakly. It was hard to normalize everything that had happened. Maybe she shouldn't. It was possible that their relationship was too damaged for her to even hope that they could at least be friends. Nimue hummed in agreement. Honestly, you never got that nasty. Don't overstress it. Her hand touched her arm, shocking you into finally meeting her eyes. The smile on her face was soft and warm, absolutely melting Yu's heart. Now I feel like I wasn't trying hard enough, you joked, finally cracking a genuine smile. Nimue's smile morphed into a more playful expression. Oh, sweetheart, you haven't even come close to being one of my top critics. I've read worse comments on my Instagram. Well, now you're just asking to be insulted. But I know your heart isn't in it, Nimue teased. You admire me, remember? You just huffed, unable to find a witty response, but a smile stayed on her face. For a moment, she forgot she was being filmed. Everything got wrapped up shortly after that soft moment, but backstage, you had one last thing to say. Hey, I just wanted to say sorry, you apologized, suddenly feeling awkward. For the way I've been treating you. It was dumb, but I just couldn't seem to break away. Putting on an act and being marketable is all part of being a hero, sadly. Nimue's smile was sympathetic. I meant what I said earlier. Don't overstress it. Yu's gaze turned to the floor. I feel like I'm being let off a little too easily. If you're really that bothered, how about treating me to dinner? Nimue suggested, a coy smile on her face. For a moment, the blonde's brain short-circuited with the heavy question of, does she mean that in a gay way? I mean, I would, but the younger person paying just isn't proper etiquette. I'm not that much older, brat. You laughed, covering her mouth. Sorry, old habits. I would love to take you out to dinner. Whether Marie meant it romantically or not, Yu's heart was left racing, a date with her idol. Someday, someone she's had the dumbest and most teenage melodramatic crush on for years. Not a bad way to begin a new start. Okay, yay. That's that fan fiction. I like it. I think it's cute. I think it takes a fairly shallow relationship on the original show and expands it into something nice. Not to say that the show's depiction of that relationship had to be more complicated than it was. It's perfectly fine, but I think it's interesting and even better to have more depth and spice and gayness to it, because that's my preference. Because, sometimes that's just what you want. Let's see. What do I have going on next? We have... Oh dear. Oh, we've run out of... Let's see. Do we want to do... It is slightly longer. It is a long one. Let's see. It's also another one with texting in it as part of the visual presentation, and I don't necessarily want to remove that. We have options. The terrible pressure of having options. Well, I think, especially given that it's rather late at this point, I think that it is perfectly fine to not. I think it might, well, I don't know. Let's see what else we got going. I will say, if at this point, I have read the major fan fictions that I was planning to read, and if anyone in chat has a suggestion for a digestible fan fiction to read, I'm open to submissions. Well, and you know me, I'm always open to submissions. Let's see. You can also poke around on some other things. I could also brave the Wild West of just looking up fan fiction, which is a terrifying notion. I could do that, but I also feel like that's playing a dangerous game. But yeah, let's see. What else do I have available? I mean, I can poke around a little bit. Let's do a little bit of we'll keep this Zelda fan fiction in the chamber. It's ready to go if I need it. But what if I poke around just a little bit? Let's see what else we got. Let's poke around. The first question is, if I'm looking for a fan fiction to read, what fandom should it be? Now, we could play a game. We could play a very silly game with that, actually, that I might like doing. And this game, I've decided, is a game I'm calling Sonic Chicken, which is not a chicken sandwich offered at the fast food chain Sonic, but rather it is, I'm going to pick my way through Sonic fan fiction, and I'm going to just start with the most popular one, with word count restrictions, of course. So let's see. No, not Mario and Sonic. No, we want Sonic the Hedgehog. All media types. And we're going to sort this by kudos, which is an okay way of going about it. It's kind of like, it's limiting in a lot of ways. And as is often the case, the problem with doing that is that a lot of the fics that have the most kudos are just long ones that are with a lot of chapters and that have been serialized for a long time, which is, it makes sense. It's a logical thing, but oftentimes if you don't take some extra steps in your filtering, you might miss out on some gems. And, that's no fun. So we're going to go ahead and limit our... I feel like some of the kind of wild fan fiction that I'm looking for is probably going to be like the insane multi-chapter stuff. But at the same time, I feel like what I want to do is get complete little fan fiction, little tiny bites. We want little bits for our tiny fan fiction mouths. Oh, well, hi Neon, how's it going? How are you doing? And just for you, when I ask how are you doing, I don't mean it generally. How's your health? What horrible things have you brought upon yourself today? If I am overly focused on that, by the way, please tell me. It's just that every single time I've asked, you have a new injury to report, and it's concerning. Oh, mostly functional nowadays? I feel like mostly functional is a very aspirational state, so I'm very happy for you. Nice. Good job. Proud of you. But yes, welcome, Neon, to my very first ASMR stream. I watched... Thanks. Well, that's the first time I've gotten Mom. That's fine. I'll take it. But yeah, I watched a friend of mine do an ASMR stream earlier today, and I was just like, I want to do an ASMR stream. That looks fun. And so I have been. And I don't know, it's been pretty fun. I think my problem was that I started a little too late. So I think a lot of people are in their late night lurky phases because they're getting a little sleepy, which I think the ASMR is one of those things that you put on when you're feeling like that. So again, not complaining. I celebrate lurkers here. I'm just like, that's just, how it is. But yeah, we've been reading fan fiction because I wasn't sure what else I wanted to do because I don't have I have some things I can make like the ASMR ass things with, but without someone who wants specific triggers in the chat, I'm just sort of, my default is reading fan fiction. So we've read quite a few bits of fan fiction that I like a lot. And it's been terribly embarrassing because now the audience knows that I like cute stories about the properties that I like, written by fans and made gay. But Neon, do you listen to ASMR? Do you have any trigger words, any preferences, any sounds that you'd like me to take a shot at making? Because by default, I just have my voice, and I just have my voice being a little bit closer and a little bit more sibilant than usual. I don't really get much out of ASMR, but if you can say British, I will enjoy it. Yes. Oh, I'm so British. Oh, my bottle of water, it's empty. My bottle of water, I need more water. There you go. I really wish I could do more of a variety of British accents, like a specific one, but I also can't be asked to be like, oh, I'm going to spend, a day perfecting a Sheffield accent. The fuck? No. Or a Yorkshire accent. Those aren't real places. No. Shit, my bowl is empty. Yeah, exactly. You get it. Welcome to Bad British Accent ASMR. That's right. Hello, governor. Is is Dorset a variety of British accent, or is my brain making that up? Is Wales a real place? I know Wales is a real place. They have that one place. No idea? Well, damn. Or rather, Wales isn't real. Oh shit. Well, you would know. You're British. Well, I'm sure wherever Christian Bale is from is lovely. I just disappear for months at a time every summer. I don't know how big Wales is, but I'm assuming that one touristy place with a super long name is like not a regular stop for the average Welsh person, right? Like you have to go out of your way to go there. I just go near Cardiff. Wow. That's where my grandparents are. That makes sense. Is it in a lovely countryside, or is it more of a city situation? Seaside. Oh, Seaside Village sounds lovely. Really have the ability to tap that particular rhythm out without being a little too loud about it, unfortunately. But that's okay, and that's how it goes. So let's see. Did I? Oh, all right. I was. Oh. Interesting. Sorry, I'm like, what was I doing? Oh, right, I was looking at Sonic the Hedgehog fanfiction because I'm really desperate to cause myself problems. We're gonna limit our word count to 3,000 because that's actually no. Maybe we'll limit our word count to about. We want to do little bits here, so let's limit our word count to about 1,500 at most. We'll make sure that this is in English. We're going to do all of those sort of little things that help weed out certain results that aren't, necessarily bad fanfics, but they're not what we're looking for. Do I want to exclude crossovers? No, I don't. Why would I exclude crossovers? That would get rid of some of the good stuff. At the same time, we do not want to show only crossovers. We're going to give people a chance. Let's see, completion status. Let's do complete works only. That might be a mistake, but I think it's fine. I don't have any other categorical things that I care about. Let's see what we get. Okay, this is, excuse me. All right. Some of these don't seem like memes and funny. A lot of these seem very heartfelt, and I don't want to read them as LOL wacky Sonic fanfic, like that's, not something written genuinely. I might have made a mistake. I might be too good at finding the good stuff on the site. Let's see. Mm-hmm. Let's see. Do we want some Knuckles Sonic? Clearly this is my own fault for doing my usual fanfic search process. Clearly it's my own fault for trying to find what I'm used to finding. So maybe we'll get rid of the word count. Maybe we'll just locate the super big ones, because those might still get us some good stuff. Do you usually read Sonic? No, Sonic fanfiction is not generally my wheelhouse. Earlier I read I read a good few fan fictions from my personal archive of our own bookmarks that were stream appropriate and of reasonable length. And I think those went over all right. Those went pretty well. But the thing is that I was like, well, what do I read now? Because I went through the rest of my bookmarks, and the problem with a lot of my bookmarks is that they're stories that are either a little too long, because I'm not going to read a 50,000 word novella on stream at this point, or they are, to put it mildly, highly inappropriate for Twitch.tv, because a lot of it is just smut, or things that are incomplete without getting to the part of them that is smut. So those fan fiction are out for reading purposes. So devoid of any other fan fiction, I guess I could have searched in spaces that I liked, but then I would get picky, and that's not as exciting, I feel like. I don't know. I feel like if you're ever reading fan fiction, people reach for Sonic very quickly, just because there's so much of it, and it's so... Maybe the problem is that I'm looking on Archive of Our Own and not fanfiction.net. I don't know. I also, more specifically to your question, I don't normally read, the reasons I would not read Sonic Knuckles fanfiction are, I don't usually read Sonic fandom stuff, and I don't usually read, I usually don't read a lot of fanfiction with pairings featuring dudes. I tend to read sapphic pairings. That's what I'm into. That's what I like to read about. That's my jam. So, I'm much more likely to read, if I was reading Sonic fanfiction, something with, I don't know, Rouge and that one cop lady and Sonic X, than I am to read anything with like Sonic and Knuckles or Sonic Shadow or any of those popular slash fics or slash pairings. Oh, and I did read some Toho earlier, and I still have that fic. So I read a chapter of a longer fan fiction earlier, and there's technically more chapters of that available. Which, that is a thought. It wouldn't be bad to go, because there's 4 chapters in that, and I read one of them, which was chapter 3. There's not like an order to them. There's no building narrative here. But I could read the other chapter I really like, because there's 2 chapters I really like. One chapter that it's enjoyable, but kind of whatever. And then one chapter that's like, I usually don't read it. The last one I usually don't read. It's a good fic, and it's not a bad chapter. It's just not my jam. Because I ain't gonna spend the time reading if I'm not into it, right? Yeah, I don't know. Neon, are you a fanfic reader? Do you read fanfic? What is a fandom you're interested in? We'll say that. What is a show that you're interested in that would even have fan fiction? Actually, that's a fun game in and of itself, is leveraging my honed skill of being able to find fan fiction for fucking anything. And specifically along guidelines, I am a person that several of my friends have come to being like, I want fics that are like this about this fandom, or I want fics that have this very specific energy in them, and I am able to I've gotten very good at maneuvering the organizational system that Archive of Our Own uses, because there's some really excellent writing on Archive of Our Own, otherwise known as AO3, but it's like you need to know how to get there. I don't read much at all right now. I think the last thing I read might have been the DaVinci Resolve user manual. Fair. Is DaVinci... Is that a... What is that? Is that an editing software, or is that something else? I'm trying to remember what kind of program that was. It's editing. Okay. I have a freelance editor friend who often talks about her tools, and I think she uses DaVinci as well. Is DaVinci free? Is DaVinci one of the ones that's free? Am I thinking of a different thing? Yes. Maybe I should pick it up, because I learned to edit on... It's a go-to for most people. I'll have to check that out. Because, alright, I used to do YouTube Let's Plays, so I'm not new to editing as a thing, but I am used to only one program for it, which at this point I've kind of forgotten a lot of, so it's actually not that big of a deal to learn a new one. And I might as well do one that's actually updating, because the program I used was... I have a basically eternal license for a Sony editing program that is not Sony Vegas. It was before they picked up the Vegas name. It was just Sony something or other, but it was an older and therefore much cheaper license to pick up, and it was a perfectly good. I went from iMovie to Premiere to Resolve. Nice. You know what? This is an ASMR stream, so the content of what I'm doing is not important. Let's just take a quick little... This is now a researching editing software ASMR stream. Besides, really, if you think about it, it's full circle, because, oh, you know what, Neon? You know what you missed earlier? You missed that I read a fan fiction, but not just any fan fiction. It is the one and only fan fiction that I myself have ever written. It's the only fan fiction that I've authored. And it was real short, and it's okay. Honestly, reading it back, it was not as bad as I thought it was going to be. I read it back and I was like, wow, that sure is fine, actually. Let's see. Multi-user collaboration. Oh, cool, we can edit things together. Alright, I don't care about the overview. What I want to know about is... Well, anyway. Now I'm getting too into it, but this is interesting. This is good information. Let's see. Oh, they sell those fancy little editing keyboard things with the wheels. They look so cool. They look like very comfortable controllers to use. I don't know. I'm always a fan of getting something if it's got like a physical thing with buttons and shit. You know, I like buttons. I like knobs and dials. Oh wait, I can do some like, technically they're not knobs or dials, they're switches, but I can do some audio device switch ASMR. Just a second. Because we can do, ooh. Oh wait, it clips. Shit, sorry. Okay, that's further back. That's doable. That's not as satisfying as I was hoping, actually. That doesn't it makes a bit of a, that makes something. Yeah, there we go. This is a plastic toy saxophone that has been circuit bent and modified by a audio company, and it makes just the most incredible screechy noise and chaos, and it is a device to be used gingerly and sparingly. What else do I have available? Oh, we have oh, you know what? I haven't done many of the little scritchies. See, I'll use still for a second. That kind of works. See, now that it's just you and me, Neon, and also the rest of chat, I have to make a confession. Some ASMR stuff gets to me, but not nearly as much as it seems to get other people. I don't think I'm totally immune to the asthma, but I'm not a huge like ASMR enthusiast. I've enjoyed a lot of ASMR streams that I have gone to, but I feel like it must be in a different way. I don't know. Because like a lot of trigger stuff just doesn't work for me, but I guess that's just personal preference. I don't know. Maybe I'm just discovering that people have different preferences in ASMR, and that mine, as usual, don't just align easily with what other people want. Boo. I picked up somewhere that people like the little mouth poppies, and they're very easy to do. I also like doing the tongue click just because even if it's not an asthma trigger, it's also just like, it's fun to do the tongue click because of the reverb. It's just, it's got a fun sound to it. I don't know. I like it. I enjoy it, me, the content creator. So if I enjoy it, then it must be good to someone, I would think. And you know, I try to chase what I like in the notion that if I like it, someone else must like it. So it's not unreasonable for me to do that, because if I wasn't into it, I don't know, I feel like that's not bringing my best to y'all if I'm not into it. It's just a cynical, oh, other people like this, so I'll do it. That's no good. Let's see, what else we got going on? Let's see. You know, I follow, so like, I follow a lot of, see, I'm currently vibing to this while trying to get Stardew to accept being modded. Oh my, I've heard, I mean, I have to think that Stardew is at least a little accepting of being modded, given that I've heard that people put like fucking 200 plus mods on there, and it's insane. You know, I played a little bit of vanilla Stardew, but I never got that far into it because games that only give you a limited amount of time in the day to do anything stress me out. And like, I know that Stardew is like, you have as many years, you have as many days as you could want. It's not that big of a deal. But it just offers me like a little bit of stress that I can't take it truly at my own pace. And I kind of wonder if that's like, I don't know, I don't think mods would improve that necessarily, but I do think that there is certain things that I look fun with the mods. What kind of mods you doing there, Neon? I will say, the game that I spent the absolute most time modding was Skyrim. Mostly because Skyrim is just open season. God, the Skyrim modding scene is unhinged. Bit of everything, mostly new NPCs though. Oh. What kind of new NPCs? Like whole new people replacing the current people? Because I've seen interesting mods to take the existing people and either modify them or just replace them with whole new people. There's like 3 new locations so far. Ooh, that's incredible. I saw that people have added like minecart mini games. People have added just entirely, I think, new content. Oh no, ads. Shit. Well, we'll wait. Because thankfully I am privy to exactly when those ads are over. So I will pad for time while we wait for Neon to come back. I don't really feel the particular need, but since we're waiting for ads anyway, why don't I plug something that I've got going on tomorrow? So, tomorrow I will be doing some kind of stream for the first chunk of the night. And then after that, I will be doing my very, very first date stream with the lovely Kisumi TV, VT. Kisu is, welcome back, Neon. I was just plugging a stream tomorrow. I'm doing a date stream with Kisumi VT, who is one of my VTuber wives. And we've collabed before, but this is our first solo collab, and this is the first time I've tried doing a date stream, which should be a lot of fun because the idea is that we will be having a lovely date, but for me, I will be asking chat to give me things to say and, you know, lovely pickup lines, questions, topics, hopefully unhinged and hard to work with. But it should be hopefully a fairly chaotic date. It's also funny because we're VTuber married, and yet we have never gone on a date before. We just jump straight to marriage, which is honestly pretty, like, U-Haul lesbian behavior. That's how it goes sometimes. U-Haul lesbians are real. Sometimes you meet someone and you're like, damn, what if we live together after a couple weeks? What is the U-Haul prefix for? Oh, so U-Haul lesbian is a stereotype for lesbians that move very fast in their relationships. There's a certain kind of lesbian, and specifically a certain kind of lesbian couple or pairing that they will get together, have a good relationship for all of, like, you know, a couple weeks, maybe a couple months, and then immediately jump to cohabitation. Like, you know, a month with no problems, and it's like, well, let's just live together. It is a fun little quirk of the lesbian community, and a bit of a stereotype, and obviously it's not exclusive to lesbians, it's just something the lesbians keep doing, so it became a bit of a stereotype. It's where you get your U-Haul lesbians. We have U-Haul lesbians, and then we have useless lesbians. And useless lesbians are utterly incapable of flirting. They have many feelings of love or other things, and they are unable to express them because they are useless. Even in situations where it is very obvious that the other person reciprocates, and there shouldn't be any anxiety or fear or doubt, and yet the useless lesbian finds ways to be useless. I'm just useless then. I mean, I think everyone can be a little useless. I think it's just a fun little, like, you know, sometimes you get flustered, or you've perhaps been societally conditioned to, you know, there's certain societal programming that wants to tell you that you're, you know, oh, it's creepy if you make an advance, or oh, it's bad if you do this, and as it turns out, that's not the situation. It's just that you're so worried about it that it stops you from making that move, which can often lead to the very, very tragic situation of two useless lesbians, which, in my experience, what happens in that situation is either friends or the power of alcohol will intervene to do them a solid, or they'll somehow magically end up in a situation that forces it. But very often it just turns out that nothing happens, and that's sad. I just have exactly zero experience with any of it. That's okay. There's no rush on it. Like, people meme about no bitches or maidenless or whatever else, but, like, you'll get to those experiences when you get to those experiences. It is fine to approach that stuff at your own pace. It is fine that, you know, you haven't quite found the right situation or person. Like, that's a complicated space. It's a hard thing to do, to connect with someone like that. And, you know, it can be extra difficult when can be extra difficult when you are aware that, you want to be careful to treat people well, and it can be hard to do that. Oh, again, my sound alerts didn't play for some reason. But Paquito12, thank you for the follow. Our fates are now intertwined. I mean, I'm not even out of senior year yet, so there's also not much point. Yeah. Someone in my class is engaged, though. No idea. I mean, it's possible that there's like a high school sweetheart situation, or they're just going fast. There's certainly... Oh, shit. Oh, my. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome in, Raiders. And Das Nagi, thank you for the raid. I'm gonna just go ahead and give you a little shout out. So, Raiders, for those who do not know me, I am Lorne Haley, the Norn VTuber, and welcome in. Kiwi, did you bring me a raid? So it is. Well, thank you for the follow, Das Nagi. Our fates are now intertwined. And do you prefer the full Das Nagi, or do you prefer Nagi? Do you prefer Das? Do you prefer, I'm not sure what else I would... Do you prefer just Gi? Just Dot? No, I already said Das. Damn it. Well, anyway. But yes. Welcome in. How was your stream? Most just call me Nagi? Oh, I think I'll go with Nagi then. How was your stream? What did you play? What did you do? Did you win? Did you make friends? Did you have fun? Right now, you're coming in on the very, very first ASMR stream I've ever done. I impulsively decided to do an ASMR stream kind of late at night, and I've just been rolling with it for fun. It was good, full of spooky time. We played Demonology. Ooh. Hell yeah. Demonologist is... I don't know it. I'm acting like I know it. I don't actually know it. The rain sounds are making me eepy. Yeah, they're supposed to be relaxing. It's not surprising that that's the effect. It could also be the 2 a.m. hitting. I know what you mean. It's 4 a.m. for me. I could probably, but I'm stubborn. Sort of like Phasmophobia, lots of jump scares. Oh, it sounds like that would wake me up. But yeah, is it competitive? Did you win, or is it like a single player Phasmophobia? Is it a paranormal investigation? Huh. Now that I think about it, so the title of the stream is that we're reading fan fiction, because we have been reading a lot of fan fiction aloud. And not competitive, but we beat the ghosts. Hell yeah. And I don't know why I asked if it was competitive, given that Phasmophobia is cooperative, but, that's how it goes sometimes. Alright, I'm going to... But yeah, that's awesome, though. But yeah, what would you say is there like a particular thing that is different from Phasmophobia that you really appreciate? Something that's an improvement, or if not an improvement, just something they do differently that is more to your taste? I'm curious, because I don't know this game as much. Rather, I haven't even heard of it before. Have to make sure to double check to make sure ads don't pop up. I always feel bad when people raid during ad breaks. And I've certainly had the experience of raiding someone and being like, oh shit, ads. It's a lot more active. There's a lot of events that happen, like demons showing up on the map, images of body parts getting decapitated. Ooh, that does sound very scary. It sounds like it was probably quite startling. Well, we don't have any of that here. Well, we do have, to your right, my left, we have some artwork that, well, artwork in big air quotes, I accidentally made. You see, I was trying to make a new emote, and I was just playing around, and I found out that the posing software that I was using for my model does some funny things with some of the post-processing effect sliders, and it turned out like this, and I'm just like, I don't know. I kind of dig it, actually. But yeah, and to your left and my right, we have Pierre the Penguin, who I crocheted. That's featuring my actual hand, which isn't very scary, but it's there. But tell me, Nagi, are you an ASMR person? Do you listen to the ASMR? Is that something you're a fan of doing? And you know what? I forgot to ask earlier. I forgot to say earlier, thank you, Kiwi, for bringing the raid over. And Kiwi, how are you doing if you're still around? How have you been? I don't listen to ASMR much, only here and there, maybe before I sleep. Well, if it's also 4 a.m. over there, that might be coming up, huh? Do a little post-stream decompression. Do a little self-care. But yes, thank you again for raiding. I hope that you enjoy yourself here. I might. It's 4 a.m. here, but I don't intend to pass out until about 11 a.m. Wow. And I thought my sleep schedule was a little extreme. That's incredible. Have you fully gone nocturnal? Sometimes I feel like I'm getting that way. I have really bad insomnia, so oftentimes I just don't sleep very much rather than having things flipped around. I finally gotten Stardew to work. With that, I shall take my eep. Oh, well, thank you for coming in, Neon, and keeping me company. It's always lovely to have you here. Thank you for the lurk. I'm glad you got Stardew working. Have a lovely night. Sleep well. For the most part, yes, I sleep while my son is at school so I can get up and spend time with him. Oh, that's lovely. That's very cute. What a good parent. It is apparent that you care for your child very much. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Terrible puns. That's right, it's 4 a.m. It's terrible pun ASMR. He 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 he. There we go. Maybe that's what I'll do. We've been doing fanfic reading. We read the only fan fiction that I've ever wrote myself earlier, and we've been reading through some of my fan fiction bookmarks on Archive of Our Own. And I tried poking around for some other fan fiction that I wanted to read, but nothing's struck my fancy since then. Maybe I'll just find a terrible site full of terrible puns and pun-ish, all of you. See, I don't have any particular compunction about dropping a pun. I think it's very funny, and the pained groans that I usually get from a good pun fulfill me. They nourish my soul, but what doesn't do it for me is when I'm doing puns that I know have been overdone. When I know it's an obvious one that someone's definitely done before, and I'm just like, no, I must do better. I must do more of a stretch. I must do much, much more annoying because it's fun that way. Because I'm terrible like that. There we go. I can actually adjust so I am sitting with good posture for once. And that means that my tracking, my camera's like, oh, there you are. There we go. Let me just adjust real quick. There we are. There we are. But yeah. Kiwi, do you listen to much in the way of ASMR? Because it seems that, like, a lot of people have had encounters with ASMR, but the hardcore ASMR types are, well, at this point, they're probably at more established ASMR locations, ASMR shops, ASMR establishments, institutions even. And right now, all I got is my voice. All I got is just a very, very close-up, sibilant little treat of my voice, side of my voice, I should say. Because, I don't know, I've had one or two people be surprised that I've never done ASMR before. And I've had a couple of people just tell me that, oh, you should do ASMR, so I'm trying it out. Which ASMR? I have listened to some. I like to listen to it because it helps me get tired and sleep. Oh, that's lovely. I have listened to, I don't know, I've listened to a few of my VTuber friends do their ASMR streams, and they're all very fun. I personally am very much a sucker for a good voice, and oftentimes ASMR gets you the real prime cut of that voice, the real ASMR. It is literally ASMR. It's not a very evocative metaphor because it is indeed literal, but the filet mignon of the voice. So I don't know. Somehow, at some point, I fell out of the habit of listening to stuff to go to sleep. And I kind of wonder, with my insomnia, if it would be better if I picked that back up. I'm just always anxious about falling asleep to streams because I'm worried that what if they raid into loud chaos and it just spooks me in the middle of the night, you know? Because streamers I like might very well raid into appropriately chill other streamers, but who can verify who those streamers will raid onto, and so on and so forth. You never know where you'll end up, which, to be fair, is kind of its own fun, is just leaving a streamer open after they've raided it to see where you end up at the end of the night, because it's a lot of fun. You know? Let's see, we're going to have to play a quick game of mute very quickly. No, we don't. That was a lie. Muting was unnecessary. The tab was already muted. Let's see. I like listening to the voices too. I like so many people naturally. I feel like so many people naturally have an ASMR voice, so when they talk, it gives me the good sleepy tingles in my brain. I know what you mean. We talk about good voices like they're not. I think anyone can have a nice voice if you present it well. Which isn't to say that there aren't, certain voices that aren't more or less suited to ASMR, but I think it's really a lot of the times a question of placement. Where it is in the voice system, their cadence, their sort of natural personality for it. As it goes. But yeah, I don't know, there's a lot of different ways to take it. I know some people do the really impressive, a lot of people do very, very impressive, like, role play stuff, and I'm always so impressed by that. I would like to do some role play, although, admittedly, the role play that I want to do is, like, role play that starts off like the crochet penguin to your left, and then ends up like the glitch heart emote to your right, because as a creator, that is very often my instinct, is to go for something that starts off good and happy and positive and relaxing, and slowly introduces just, little bits of danger, little bits of unsettling, little bits of wait a minute, until it's still presented relaxing, but at the same time, the content has gotten a little challenging. That's stuff I like. I think it's fun. I like it when people are strapped in for a wild ride. Also, for ASMR stuff, just have some scissors. I've been just occasionally doing little snippies, because they're nice. They're nice. Oh, and we could do it just a little bit. Just a little bit. Wild ride. Yes. I mean, there's a different kind of wild ride that I actually wouldn't mind also trying out, but that's not appropriate for this platform. 'Cause look, if it sounds fun to me, I'll try it. But yeah, there's a lot of different ways these things can go. In a lot of different ways. It's fun. It's because ASMR is it's hard for me sometimes to think of ASMR in a categorical sense, as, like, I don't know what you would put it. Is ASMR a medium? Is it a format? Is it a genre? Is it just any sound, even in the wild, that gives you the, autosomatic meridian response? Like, how do you define ASMR? Obviously on Twitch, it's a stream category, but that's, that's a limitation, or rather that's an assertion of the platform in terms of definitions. That's not, in its purest sense, what you would want to necessarily separate ASMR into as a thing. Although I suppose genre is not bad. Oops. There's some accidentally tapping my desk with some scissors ASMR for you. I think I've really cornered the market. Which I say, but I also don't think that's true. Also, for some brain scratchies, I do have, now normally this is a redeem, but I've been periodically doing it just for my own amusement because I think it's fun. This is a special thing called, this is an instrument, and mine is a Vietnamese version of it. There's other varieties, but this is what's called a jaw harp. But yes, that is the jaw harp. It's a wild thing because it really recreates like a filter sweepy kind of sound, but like fully analog. It just does wild shit to the air as it passes through. Also, as much as I am typically a streamer that likes to praise my viewers and likes to make my viewers feel good about themselves, I would like a moment of recognition for the fact that I've had to do this whole stream with a canker sore, which I hate. Why do mouths do that? It just sucks. It just sucks. And I'm sorry if it is a little disruptive to the vibes to be talking about it. It's just that in the moment, it is kind of annoying me. And I'm just like, damn. Yeah, they're the worst. They're the worst. And you know, I'm a fucking chatterbox, so I want to keep talking. And I'm just like, damn, what the fuck? There is an ad break approaching, so I will not start any new topics. In fact, I might take this ad break to quickly run out to the restroom and return. So, I will leave you with vibes in the meantime. Enjoy them. Enjoy the rain. Ho ho ho. Yes, indeed, Wymouth. And all right, it seems the ads are over and I too am back. Hello everybody. You know, people have. I have a Be Right Back screen. I just don't use it very often. Partially because I feel like, and this is maybe just me, but I feel like when someone in a stream like either they're checking back in or something. Oh, thank you for welcoming me back, Huey. But like, I feel like people are more likely to be like, oh, I'll just leave if they see a Be Right Back screen versus just me like peace and being real still and peaceful. Like, I feel like, I don't know, I feel like there's a Be Right, I just don't trust Be Right Back screens. I feel like they drive people away. I have no data to back this up. It's purely selection bias and paranoia. I do still want to use my Be Right Back screen, but I haven't yet acquired the perfect transition for it, which is I really want to set up the Eric Andre show. We'll be right back sting with the text and the because I don't know, I think it's really nice. And now for your ASMR pleasure, Too Much Vocal Fry. Did you enjoy it? Did it remind you of that one horror movie you might have seen trailers for a long time ago? I hope you did. Enjoy it, not think of horror trailers from many years ago. Unless you like horror trailers from many years ago, in which case I hope you thought of them a lot. You know, I don't like thinking of horror trailers from many years ago, but that was because I was very scared even by the trailers back then. I wonder if anyone else has had this experience. I, as a kid, had a very overactive imagination, and I was a touchy sleeper to begin with, so oftentimes when I saw a scary movie, or even not that scary of a movie, just a movie that had like a brief frightening moment, sometimes it would really mess up my sleep. I would get nightmares and things. But later, not only did that go away, but by continually being friends with people who really like horror movies and them putting on horror movies while I'm in the room and me just not having the energy to go elsewhere and then watching said horror movies has kind of made me a bit of a horror fan, I think. I don't know. I never seek out to watch horror movies on my own, but I've seen far more horror movies than the average person, the average moviegoer, I would think, and much more specifically like obscure or non-mainstream ones. So I've ended up with some very niche opinions about horror movies, and even movies that I kind of liked. But it's just like, it feels weird calling myself a horror fan, just because, if anything, I'm really more of a ardent horror bystander, a dedicated horror won't leave the room when it's on, so I've ended up watching a lot of it kind of person. I don't know what you would call that. I guess if I enjoy it, I'm a fan. I don't know. Truly, it's just one of those things where over time horror just became a just normal part of life for me. What do you think, chat? Do you like horror movies? Do you like scary movies? Do you like a jump scare? Because I don't really like jump scares. I find them to be cheap a lot of the time. Sometimes they're fun, but a lot of the time it feels unearned. Startling someone and genuinely scaring them through the power of atmosphere are very different skills, I think. Because like, and then there's, because, you know, at this point, there's, like, meta jump scares where it's like, oh, here's the shot that would normally you would expect it to end in the jump scare, but that's the fake out. And then after that, I feel like we've gotten even further meta where there's the fake out jump scare was also a fake out. And it doesn't feel like it's building the tension in a way that's like a mounting sense of horror so much as it is reflexively bracing yourself twice for a jump scare that doesn't come. So it's less scared of the thing that's in the movie and more scared of the meta aspect of getting startled by loud noise and something in your face suddenly. I don't know. I think there are movies that do that, and there are movies that can accomplish that well, or at the time accomplished it well before it got overused, but I also feel like there's something to be said for the ability to just go off of, no jump scares and just pure vibes, because movies that do that, or movies that, really, slow burn horror can often be very, very fun. Or stuff that's more sort of towing the line between horror or thriller or horror and suspense or horror and like other genre things like Black Song or like Suspiria, which I don't think is in any way not a horror film, but it is a whole lot of something else, and it is also fucking gnarly. Or The Satans, which is, I guess, a horror movie, but is more just a really wild and weird piece of cinema. But yeah, there's just a lot. There's a lot out there. All right. Well, it is nearing 5 in the morning for me, and I'm certainly not going to read any more fan fiction at this point, because the only fan fiction that we have lined up in the moment is the very, very long Legend of Zelda fan fiction that I had mentioned before, that is about, how long was it, like 4,500? Yes. Ooh. Oh, thank you for the follow, Nicholas. Our fates are now intertwined. Let's see, I do like horror movies. Hell yeah. I used to watch them way more years ago, but I still like them. Definitely don't like jump scares, but I admit they're good when they happen. One thing I don't like is the music. Certain music from those movies end up haunting my dreams. Oh, yes. Sound can be so powerful. Thank you for the hydrates, Nicholas. There's not much left in this water bottle. There was just a little bit. I could, in fact, try and remove some of the grit from my voice, but yeah, it is a little... It's getting there. But yes. Music from horror movies can be very effective, as can a lot of sound design. There's a lot of good sound work that can really do wonders to fuck with you. Personally, I think something that is used plenty of times and is used, I wouldn't say it's overused. It's still used, but it's not used as often, I think. But when you have a TV that's just static and suddenly there's a voice, or suddenly you have a monitor that shouldn't be able to have static that is suddenly static and then clears on something that shouldn't be there. That is so effective. That is such a perfect, because there's no way to do that switch without it being startling, but at the same time, it is, in many ways, it's just such an overwhelming thing. And apparently there are people that can listen to static and find it calming and relaxing. I do not understand these people. I respect them and I fear them, for their powers are mighty. But yeah, that's one of those things that I'm just like, it's just always gonna work. Like, if one of my monitors right now were to turn to static, I'd be like, well shit, I'm gonna die. If it then turned to a face, I would be just inconsolate, and even if it was an accidental thing, it would probably fuck me up for a long time. Actually, I have had the experience of going to sleep and not realizing that I hadn't fully shut down my computer, and my computer's like, oh, it's time to update, and I was like half asleep, and my computer's right across from my bed, so when it reactivated and the monitor came back on, just on its own, in the middle of the night, it scared the shit out of me. But as much as I am not as sensitive to horror as I was as a child, I do still sometimes suffer from being like, oh no, I'm so easily scared for no particular reason. I don't know, I just get scared very easily. That's just how it goes. But yeah, let's see. I will say, everyone being here makes me want to keep going, but I can also feel that I am pushing my physical limits, and also pushing if I can't force myself to stop and at least try and go to sleep at 5, I can't in good conscience say I'm trying to fix my sleep schedule, which we're already kind of past that point, to be perfectly honest, but I like to maintain the illusion. So I'm going to take a look at who's live. And there's a few people live that I know, but my question is, who's live that's also doing ASMR? Because I feel like if I'm doing a relaxing, calming stream, I owe it to you, my lovely, lovely viewers, to send you somewhere that won't be, suddenly jarring. So let's see, we've got, it's sorted by recommended for you. Oh my, we've got quite the interesting, we have 2 ear-licking streams. We've got, because I'm looking at VTubers, we've got a VTuber who is, and one of those is in Espanol, and one of those is in Nihongo, so that's kind of fun. And then we have what appears to be an English VTuber who's not specifically doing, well, cuddles, lick, kisses. It seems we have a girlfriend role player. Valid. Yeah, there's a lot of saucy ASMR happening right now, which, as far as I can tell, kind of comes with the territory. I wonder, should I have been saucier? Was I holding back too much? Let's see. I'm always anxious about rating people I don't know, because I'm always worried. I'm always worried that, what if I send, I want you all to go to someone good. Oh, shit. I was like, Oh, there's another VTuber on the ASMR page. It was me. It was me the whole time. Well, let's see. Chat, I'm going to ask you, I'm going to level with you. Are you going to be distressed if I send you to someone who might be a little less, I never want to say that I'm say so, because generally I'm not, but someone who might be a bit more spicy in their ASMR choices. Actually, wait, there's someone who's going with, there's a small streamer. I like rating tiny streamers and giving them a little surprise. They're actually much larger than me. They just haven't gotten their viewers in yet. Dang. Dang, I thought we were going to really make someone stay with that one. Well, you can't always get what you want. Let's see. We could also do an IRL streamer. I don't have to do a VTuber. This is where we get to the part of the evening where it's Lauren being picky ASMR. Lauren being like, well, I want to find the perfect person to raid if I don't know them already. ASMR. Because I'm a choosy little bitch sometimes. That's just how it is. Lauren. Not able to pick a raid target, so I'm going to go for another hour ASMR. Oh, interesting. If someone... Let's see... You know what? I might go with the largest VTuber on offer. We might raid into Sunshine VRC. If anyone is familiar with Sunshine VRC and would like to be like, oh no, don't do her because she did, I don't know, a war crime or something, speak now or forever hold your peace, because, you know, I'm probably going to go with her because she's also a VTuber and also also Asmarin, so I think that's what we're going to go for. And, you know, sometimes it's nice to, it's been a while since I've rated someone that I'm just completely unfamiliar with. So, if we raid in, actually, wait, before I start the raid, I need to do my raid messages. How silly of me. If we raid in, and she does do a war crime live on twitch.tv, then I do apologize. I have no vetting in this situation. I want you all to have a lovely evening, but yeah, so this is for those who are not subscribers. Oh, that is something I haven't mentioned. If you type less than 3 in chat, it helps me with hearts, so that's just a fun little extra. So, oh, there's a little, did it reset? Oh, interesting. We've been at it for a while then. Anyway. Alright, so for the subscribers who are still around, we have our Lauren's Bean Norn raid, which, actually, wait. You know what? It is ASMR time. The Bean might be a little too aggressive now that I think about it. So we're going to do a different one. I'm so used to doing the Speen, but no. We do have Lauren Vibin, and that might be the best one. Because, hopefully, I have all of the asthma has got you guys feeling like this. Just vibing. Now I want to change it again, but I've already retyped it once, and I can't... Alright, this is Lauren being picky about her rate message, ASMR. Gotta love that. And now it's Lauren typing in her rate target, ASMR, and now it's Lauren hitting the start rate button. But thank you all so much for being here with me. This was actually a very incredible first ASMR stream. I've definitely been convinced to do more of these. This was a lot of fun, and I kind of get the impression that people enjoyed it. So, and I hope you did. I really do hope you did. And yeah, I hope to see you around. My next stream will be tomorrow, or technically today. I'm doing a date night with the lovely Kisumi VT, where chat's gonna be able to tell me what kind of lines to use, what kind of topics to talk about, what kind of questions to ask. So if you want to make me try and flirt with some really dumb, stupid shit, you should come over tomorrow. 10:30 p.m. EDT. But yes, thank you all for coming in tonight, and I hope you have an absolutely lovely evening, morning, time zone as it goes. And I hope to see you again. Goodbye.